Hi, good afternoon, everyone. We'll just allocate a few more minutes before we start the event to allow more people to come into the waiting room. very good afternoon to Mr. Stefan Prisner, United Nations Resident Coordinator. Without further ado, let us watch the welcoming address by Mr. Stefan Prisner, United Nations Resident Coordinator in Malaysia, Singapore, and Brunei Darussalam.
Yang Berhormat Dato' Kamarudin Jaafar, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Malaysia. Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Othman Hashim, Chairman of SUHAKAM. Excellencies, esteemed moderators and speakers, my dear UN colleagues, distinguished participants, Selamat Tengah Hari and Salam Sejahtera. On International Women's Day, we commemorate the century-old struggle of women to participate in a society equally with men. And we rededicate ourselves to this effort because, as we all know, there is still a long way to make this a reality. Hence, it is a real pleasure to welcome you to this joint commemoration of International Women's Day 2021 with our esteemed partners, the Ministry for Foreign Affairs and SUHAKAM. COVID-19, the pandemic, has unleashed an unprecedented crisis, threatening to further derail progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals and hitting the world's poorest and vulnerable the hardest. People from all walks of lives have been impacted. The pandemic has revealed fundamental socioeconomic gaps and cleavages, including for the welfare and well-being of women and girls. Despite solid evidence demonstrating the centrality of women and women's empowerment to realizing human rights, reducing poverty, promoting development, and addressing the world's most urgent challenges, gender equality remains an unfulfilled promise. In the COVID-19 world, women are at the forefront of the battle, as frontline and health sector workers, as scientists, doctors and caregivers, yet they still get paid less globally than their male counterparts. Women's full and effective participation and leadership in all areas of life drives progress for everyone. Yet, women are still underrepresented in public life and decision-making, as highlighted in the UN Secretary General's recent report. Women are heads of state or government in 22 countries, that is about 11% of UN member states, and less than 25% of national parliamentarians are women. At the current rate of progress, gender equality among heads of government will take another 130 years. Now, coming to Malaysia, women make up almost half of the population and represent the highest levels of graduates. Malaysia recently had its first female Deputy Prime Minister and Chief Justice. Some positive efforts have taken place to formulate and improve policies for women, and we commend the policy objective of at least 30% women in decision-making in public and private sectors. In creating an enabling legal environment, there has been some measure of progress in Malaysia's legal protection for women in the areas of rape, domestic violence, and sexual harassment. With increased rape penalties, widening of the domestic violence definition, and sexual harassment at the workplace is now unlawful. While we recognize the progress made in Malaysia, there is still a long way to go. The priorities include the strengthening of protection for women under the law, including for women working from home and for women migrant workers. Women's rights with regard to citizenship and marriage, and of course decision-making in public and political life. Women are still underrepresented in the very top echelons of the public and corporate sectors, as well as in legislative and political office. Gender mainstreaming across all sectors needs to be improved, and gender-responsive budgeting needs to be institutionalized in the various line ministries and agencies of government. Gender gaps in terms of wages, occupations, job layoffs in the industries need to be addressed. The world needs women at every table where decisions are being made. If this is not the case, debate and decision-making do not represent the diversity of the world we live in and deprive us from a more holistic and insightful perspective on any given decision. Hence, if we are to secure a world where women have an equal future free from stigma, stereotypes and violence, women also must be equal part of decision-making at all levels. Dear friends, today we take the opportunity to reflect and recognize women, reviewing the health, social and economic situation of women in Malaysia in a COVID-19 world and the leadership and commitment needed in ensuring an equal future for women in a post-COVID-19 world. I'm confident that today's forum will provide us with an opportunity to not just dialogue, but to influence policy and take action for a more equal and sustainable future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Prisner. To deliver the keynote address, let us hear from Yang Berhormat, Datuk Kamarudin Jaafar, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Malaysia.
Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera, and a very good afternoon to everyone. First and foremost, on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I would like to wish all women across the globe Happy International Women's Day. To commemorate this special day and honor all women and girls in Malaysia, the Ministry is proud to organize this virtual forum in close collaboration with the United Nations country team and SUHAKAM. This joint effort is indeed a testament of our shared commitment in advancing gender equality and women empowerment. Since last year, women and girls around the world have experienced unprecedented challenges due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Thus, the co-organizers decided to choose the premise for this year's International Women's Day celebration based on the theme provided by UN Women, Women in Leadership, Achieving an Equal Future in a COVID-19 World. It is indeed an apt topic in view of the current situation. Today, we will hear from two distinguished panels of speakers representing the government, SUHAKAM, the professional health field, the United Nations, the private sector, and the civil society. Through the discussion and exchange of views, we hope to stimulate intellectual discourse to better understand the obstacles faced by women and girls in the midst of the pandemic, to uncover any lingering discrimination that they may face, and to explore opportunities and solutions to empower women and girls and achieve gender parity. We also wish to learn from best practices from all over the world and to share our experiences with various stakeholders in elevating the status of 15.9 million women in the country. We have numerous women role models to look up to, whose leadership shone in times of crisis, and some of them will be participating in the forum today. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia reaffirms its commitment to elevate women's status in society by ensuring that their rights continue to be promoted and protected. Their roles and contributions to the nation must be recognized and supported by all. In line with the state aspirations, Malaysia has formulated various plans and goals to ensure that women and girls in Malaysia are accorded with equal opportunities in all socio-economic and political spheres. It has been almost 17 years since the Malaysian government introduced the policy of having at least 30% women in the decision-making level to reduce the gender gap in both the public and private sectors. Since then, we have surpassed the target in the public sector, while the private sector has shown significant improvement. We may not be there yet, but we are definitely moving in the right direction. The Shared Prosperity Vision 2030 is another policy introduced by the government in 2019 to promote and protect women's interests. The vision embodies an inclusive approach that safeguards women's interests, especially in the areas of the economy, social welfare, and security. Policies and plans of action have been formulated to ensure that Malaysian women and girls have equal opportunities in the socio-economic and political spheres, in line with the nation's SPV 2030 and UN Sustainable Development Goals 2030 agenda. With the onslaught of the COVID-19 pandemic, women have been disproportionately affected. In order to cushion the impact of the pandemic on women, the government has introduced gender-responsive stimulus packages such as Prihatin, Penjana, and Permai to provide support for the affected women, including by providing childcare subsidies, permitting flexible work hours, and granting single mothers with financial assistance. The government is also concerned with the rising numbers of gender-based violence cases in the midst of the pandemic. Being a state party to the Convention of the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women and a signatory to several international agreements, including the Beijing Platform for Action, Malaysia is committed to increase its effort in safeguarding the rights and dignity of women in the country. In this regard, I commend the effective role of the Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development in coming up with and implementing various measures to safeguard women's rights and interests. We look forward to hear more from the ministries later today. Ladies and gentlemen, women empowerment and gender equality are amongst Malaysia's top priorities as a candidate to the Human Rights Council, HRC, for the term 2022-2024. Malaysia is determined to work closely with HRC mechanisms, UN bodies, and other countries in advocating local and global issues relating to women. We are confident that we would be able to serve as a constructive member of HRC. Lastly, I look forward to a future where gender equality is no longer an aspiration but a reality. A future where we no longer need to commemorate a day a year to call for action to end the discrimination faced by women and girls around the world, because we are already there. Let's all work together towards that future, not just because it will be good for our daughters, our wives, and our sisters, but because it will be in the best interest of humanity as a whole. Thank you. Happy Women's Day.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Datuk Kamarudin. The United Nations has always advocated for gender equality and women's empowerment. Let us now watch the International Women's Day 2021 message by Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General.
The COVID-19 pandemic has erased decades of progress towards gender equality. From high job losses to exploding burdens of unpaid care, from disrupted schooling to an escalating crisis of domestic violence and exploitation, women's lives have been upended and their rights eroded. Mothers, especially single mothers, have faced acute anxiety and adversity. The consequences will far outlast the pandemic. But women have also been on the front lines of pandemic response. They are the essential workers, keeping people alive and holding economies, communities and families together. They are among the leaders who have kept prevalence rates lower and countries on track for recovery. This year's International Women's Day highlights the transformative power of women's equal participation. We are seeing it ourselves at the United Nations, where I am proud that we have achieved gender parity in UN leadership posts for the first time in history. The evidence is clear. When women lead in government, we see bigger investments in social protection and greater inroads against poverty. When women are in parliament, countries adopt more stringent climate change policies. When women are at the peace table, agreements are more enduring. And with women now serving in equal numbers at the top leadership posts at the United Nations, we are seeing even more concerted action to secure peace, sustainable development, and human rights. In a male-dominated world, with a male-dominated culture, gender equality is essentially a question of power, and males are an essential part of the solution. I call on countries, companies, and institutions to adopt special measures and quotas to advance women's equal participation and achieve rapid change. As we recover from the pandemic, support and stimulus packages must target women and girls specifically, including through investments in women-owned businesses and the care economy. Pandemic recovery is our chance to leave behind generations of exclusion and inequalities. Whether running a country, a business, or a popular movement, women are making contributions that are delivering for all and driving progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals. It's time to build an equal future. This is a job for everyone and for the benefit of everyone. Thank you.
What an inspiring message to all of us. To kick off the virtual forum today, I will now hand over the platform to Dr. Madeline Burma, the SUHAKAM Commissioner, who will be moderating the first panel titled Health, Social and Economic Situation of Women in a COVID-19 World.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me to moderate the session. Okay, welcome to the International Women's Day celebration. So I would like to start by thanking the organizers. First of all, I would like to say Yang Berhormat, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Malaysia, Mr. Stefan, UN Resident Coordinator for Malaysia, Singapore and Brunei, Tan Sri Osman Hashim, Chairperson of SUHAKAM, distinguished speakers and participants. So I was very, when I heard the presentation by our minister and also by Mr. Stephen and also from the United Nations, I was very much, I felt that, I think it's a very, very good start for today on women and girls. So there will be, each panelist will be allocated 7 minutes to deliberate on the topic, or rather the questions that I will pose to them. And part 2, they will need to elaborate for about maybe 3 to 4 minutes what needs to be done and to share best practices. And this will be followed by 30 minutes of question and answers. And later, I think there will be another round of video presentation. Okay, so we will be given. So allow me to introduce the 3 panelists. The first panelist is Dr. Zurina Abdul Hamid. Now, who is Dr. Zurina? Okay, Dr. Zurina Abdul Hamid has over 25 years of experience in the public sector, spanning several agencies and ministries. She is currently the Director General of the Department of Women Development, Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development. She has also held various positions, for example, in the Prime Minister's Department, or JPM, Ministry of Land and Cooperative Societies Development, National Institute for Public Administration, and her last posting was at the Public Service Department. In the international arena, I need to point this out, or rather to announce this. She has been appointed as co-chair of the Policy Partnership on Women and the Economy, or rather PPWE, from 2020 to 2021. She is also an active member of the ASEAN Committee on Women and ASEAN Commission on the Promotion and Protection of the Rights of Women and Children, SUWC. And Dr. Zurina obtained her PhD in Management from the University of Hull, United Kingdom in year 2012. Oh, that makes her, we are both from the same university. Okay, our second speaker, and a really strong activist and a very strong, she fights for a lot of rights, especially on human rights. Yeah, Sumitra Viswanathan is the Executive Director of Women's Aid Organization, WAO. She's a UK-trained lawyer with over 20 years of experience in human rights work. She worked with the United Nations Refugee Agency, or the UNHCR, for almost 15 years in Southeast Asia, North Africa, and the Middle East. In her leadership of WAO over the past 6 years, the NGO has grown to become one of Malaysia's foremost providers of service and advocates to eliminate violence and discrimination against women and girls. So we look forward to hearing Dr. Sumitra sharing her thoughts on the violence and discrimination against women and girls. And our last speaker, but not least, is a good friend from Prof. Dato Adiba. Prof. Adiba is Professor of Medicine and Infectious Disease and was the Dean of the Faculty of Medicine, University of Malaya from 2011 to 2020, and an adjunct associate professor at Yale University, USA. She established the Center of Excellence for Research on AIDS, or rather we call CHARIA, that conducts multidisciplinary research on HIV. Professor Adiba is a strong advocate for HIV prevention, treatment, and care programs in marginalized community. She has a long list of achievements and the work that she has been doing in terms of AIDS. She is currently chairman of the Malaysian AIDS Foundation and the president of the Malaysian AIDS Council from 2006 to 2010. Okay, and her achievements at the highest level, I mean, I can say this, she has been recognized through her multiple national and international awards, including the Tun Mahathir Science and the Merdeka Awards for her role as a member of the University of Malaya's Nipah investigative team. She is the first recipient of the Advanced Australia Global Award in the category of alumni in 2012, and in April 2015, she was honored with the Doctor of Laws honoris causa from her alma mater, Monash University. So as you can see, we have the three distinguished speakers who will share their thoughts and their views on the topic that we will be discussing today. So allow me to welcome our first speaker, Dr. Zurina. Dr. Zurina, you're here, all right? Okay, Dr. Zurina. So, Dr. Zurina, recently, we just realized that while I was going through and I was reading through the papers and listening to the news, we just realized that we celebrated Women's Day on 8 March 2021. And what I found out is that the ministry had announced the Women Empowerment Initiative, which will be based on what we call the 4K model or 4K framework. That sounds really very interesting. That is based on skills, finance, balance, and equality. So in my opinion, this is a brilliant effort to empower women in the country. So Dr. Zurina, can you please elaborate or share with us what is this 4K model in your framework? I think I'm like many of the participants here. We are all excited to know how the 4K model could enhance social, health, and economic empowerment for women. So, Dr. Zurina, you have about 7 minutes to share your thoughts. Welcome,
okay.
Dr. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moderator. Thank you for having me today. Distinguished guests, panelists, and viewers. Now let me begin with some state of related figures. In Malaysia, women makes up almost half of our population, which is 48.5% of total population. This comes with a variety of significant and important roles assumed by women, which are indeed a huge contributor to this country's socio-economic development. Women are gradually making their leadership presence felt in entrepreneurship, administration, education, engineering, health, and etc. To note some of few characteristics of women leader is a need to be transformational, task-focused, and definitely must be able to compete in collegial atmosphere. Malaysia welcomes the UN Women's Theme for International Women's Day 2021, which is Women in Leadership, Achieving an Equal Future in a COVID-19 World. It is indeed to appreciate all the tremendous efforts by women and girls around the world in shaping a more equal future. Responding to the impact of COVID-19 pandemic to the world, it is no doubt that women are to make more critical contribution to address the outbreak every day. However, reaching the state of equality in leadership or other domains does not come without challenges. These challenges have already existed pre-COVID-19 era and are now exacerbated by the impact of pandemic. It is critical to address these challenges first, which are issue of double burden that continuously being shouldered by mainly women and lack of shared responsibility in the household. Secondly, lack of enabling environment in law and in practice to ensure women have the opportunities to join the workforce. And thirdly, high prevalence in gender-based violence, including domestic violence and sexual harassment. Realizing these challenges and focus on UN Women's as well as the IWD's team, Malaysia has coined its own national theme to commemorate the Women's Day, which is Wanita Bangkit Mendepani Cabaran. It calls for bolder actions from all in terms of empowering women further and achieving gender equality. It is also accentuates the government commitment to support, inspire, and nurture women in facing the challenges in this COVID-19 world. In addressing these various issues and challenges that we have discussed just now, in the context of women development, we have introduced the model that we call women's empowerment model, or we call it 4K, which focusing on strengthening the implementation of women's development program by structuring it systematically and improving the content for women. This model is adapted from women empowerment as a process by Kabir and Batliwala in the working paper of 2014. This model was created in final quarter of 2020 in order to suit the needs of women. This model covers all of the main agendas such as gender equality and elimination of violence against women, among some of the international commitments that this ministry serves. The women empowerment model consists of 4 domains, which are life balance or keseimbangan, the first K, financial or keuangan, the second K, life skills or kemahiran, the third K, and equality and self-leadership or kesaksamaan and kepimpinan kendiri. For life balance, it aims to create a more holistic approach by targeting individual physical, spiritual, and emotional means, hence unearthing the abilities and potential that they have within. This domain aims to help women cope with their daily issues that usually creates stress and burden, especially on their mental state. During this COVID-19 pandemic itself, it was evident that women's well-being are at risk due to familial issues and financial issues, to name a few. The mental health decline led to increased deficiency in economy and workforce, as well as the well-being of families as a whole. Indeed, mental health needs just as much attention as their physical well-being. Hence, it is vital to ensure the ability to sustain and thrive during times of stress. Through this model, we have developed a program according to a short survey that we have conducted previously in May and July 2020. So among the program under this domain that is life balance is our psychological services, social guidance part of the program. Besides legal clinic, de-stress clinic, Squad Wajah or anti-crime women community are among psychosocial activities conducted at the grassroots level. In addition to this, DWD also throughout the year actively runs the Eliminate Violence Against Women or EVAW campaign. For finance, it focuses on preparing women to obtain a good grasp on financial management for the benefits of themselves, their families, their dependents. In this domain, it was mainly divided into 3 groups of women: marginalized women, women from the informal sectors, and women from the formal sectors. And for each of those are subcategories of B40s, young women, and single mothers. This domain is incredibly important because one of the issues during COVID-19 is the issue of job retrenchments and unemployment. And some of them develop problems in terms of financial flow during that time of emergency and crisis. In some cases, women are left by their spouses and partners and lost loved ones, thus leading them to fall into the pit of helplessness and desperation. In order to reduce this problem, especially the dependency on the breadwinner, this domain wishes to address better finance management and train women on a diversity of methods to generate financial resources and allow them to be capable of managing a positive financial flow. Some of the initiatives are collaborations with the Credit Counseling and Management Agency, AKPK, agencies under the Ministry of Entrepreneur and Cooperative Development, MEDEC, namely Tekun, PNS, SME Corp, InScan, and SKM. The third domain is life skills that looks into building women's self-confidence by helping them to manage chores that are deemed more technical and then the usual domestic chores that are more related to women. Why is this important? Because when dealing with technical aspects of home management and allowing them to have a better plan and decision making on things that usually are known to be male-oriented, like plumbing, electrical, and other well-being of the house, it helps them to be more prepared and more agile when they are dependent. Some of the programs in this domain aim to help them gain knowledge on first aid, emergency responses, even basic technical knowledge, which are used daily. During the pandemic especially, women needs to be able to stand on their feet and be more hands-on on chores and housework. Last but not least, in the fourth domain, which is equality and self-leadership, this is very self-explanatory, as women themselves will be trained to have the courage and confidence to lead. It is necessary for women to actually know how to defend and speak for themselves. This is also one of the ways for us to achieve the aim of ensuring that each sector, either government agencies or even private agencies, to increase numbers of women holding leadership position due to the importance of including women with potential and thus a more balanced and fair organization and society. Among the programs that have been designed for this domain are Women's Career Carnival Program, Young Women Boot Camp, Female Future Leaders, and the Women and Leadership Convention. With the said program, it is hoped that this will help and contribute to increase the percentage of women's participation in the labor market. All in all, the main goal of this women empowerment model is to help women achieve a better outcome for their well-being. In general, women's well-being is interpreted as the ability to have equal space and opportunity to various aspects of life without discrimination. The United Nations translates this equality through efforts in achieving gender equality, eliminating of violence against women, and the empowerment of women ability. Thus, this model in Malaysia is Malaysia ways in achieving a better well-being for women of this nation. So I think that's all for this round, and let us hear from the other panelists as well. Thank you.
Goodness. Okay, thank you very much. There was some technical glitch there. I'm not supposed to unmute. I cannot unmute myself. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Zurina. It's nice to meet you here online, fellow University of Hull. Che, happy. Sorry, Dr. Adiba. I know you're from Australia. And Sunita, I don't know which part. Okay, thank you very much. That was a very interesting start to our program today. you have highlighted the 4K model. No, I love all these models and things like that. And you have mentioned some of the things that we have. I mean, I do consider them quite new, or rather refresh, or rather a breath of fresh air coming from the ministry. Because a lot of times in the past, when we do programs or we hear programs of women, we always hear cupcakes, we hear good take baju and blah blah blah. So I do see that there is something different here, Dr. Zarina. So congratulations to the ministry. So we will come to the second phase later. Okay. So now I would like to welcome Sunitra. Thank you, Sunitra, for joining us today. So given your background, I'm sure you have a lot to share, but with the COVID-19, I don't think much can be said. Everything seems so new, so different. Okay, Sunita, I would like to start by, I was reading the papers and I came across this quotation from one of the Chinese newspaper in December. What the Chinese newspaper is called Xinhua Net. Okay, it's a Chinese newspaper. It says here, we are all indeed fellow passengers in the same boat. Yeah, they were referring, the editor was referring to this COVID. She says, we are all in the same boat. And so my question to you, Sunitra, do you agree that COVID-19 had similar impact on women and men, girls and boys, indigenous people, vulnerable people? Oh, you have been shaking your head now. Thank you. I would really love to hear. I'm giving you 7 minutes, and after that, you'll see me waving. So that's an Iban saying, please take your time. And once I raise my hand, so we're already at 7 minutes. Okay. So please, Sunitra, I would like you to respond to this. Thank you.
All right, great. Thanks so much. First, I should say that my internet connection is really bad and I keep going out and in. So I just might turn off my video. Organizer, I'm very sorry, but just to make sure that I don't overload my connection. Is that okay? All right. So so I want to say thank you so much to the organizers for this opportunity. And yes, so are all these various sectors equally affected by COVID? Everybody's affected by COVID, obviously, but no, we're not equally affected. There is a disproportionate impact of the pandemic on different groups, depending on their existing inequalities, the existing challenges, and so forth. So maybe if I can just kind of shift over to the issue of gender. Right. So from the get-go, we know already that gender equality in Malaysia is not at the level where it should be for a country that is at our level of development. Yeah. So this is not to say that there have not been advances. There have been tremendous advances being made in the areas of law reform, in the areas of strengthening response to gender-based violence, and so forth. There are indeed advances made, but we have a long way to, a long path ahead of us to get to a much better place. So yes, there were existing inequalities, and these have been exacerbated by COVID. So if I can then again just kind of move over a bit to the issue of violence against women. So for violence against women, and maybe specifically, let's look at domestic violence. So over the past 10 years or so, when it comes to the legal landscape, so the structural issues, right? The legal landscape, legal protections for women survivors of domestic violence, there have been tremendous improvements in the law. We've been through all sorts of reforms and so forth. And the piece of legislation that we have now, the Domestic Violence Act, obviously it's not perfect, but it's as good as it can get right now. There's certain things that do need to change. Like, for instance, we need to recognize the concept of intimate partner violence. And that is domestic violence legally. It doesn't just occur between husband and wife. It also occurs in common law relationships between people who are just going out with each other and not actually married, because there is that fundamental intimate partnership there. Yes, so all of those improvements. But and then in addition to that, we have made quite a lot of advances when it comes to coordination, when it comes to trying to strengthen the implementation of the law on the ground. And I really want to commend the Ministry of Women for the domestic violence, the National Domestic Violence Committee, of which WAO also has a presence. And that committee actually brings together all the different implementing agencies, government agencies, civil society. We all come together and we try to address identified gaps and then try to address them to strengthen the response. But again, we still have a lot to improve on, but the journey that we're on the right path. But I want to bring it down to the issue of the pandemic, domestic violence during the pandemic. So WAO, we are one NGO. We are based in the Klang Valley. We provide services nationally through our hotline, but there's only so much we can do. So as soon as the MCO started, and give it a few weeks, the calls to our domestic violence hotline, our WA hotline, increased like threefold, tremendous increase, and we couldn't actually respond. We were overwhelmed. So what we did is we had to shift all our resources into not just shifting virtually, but in making sure that we are able to respond to all of that. So anyway, what happened? 2020, we found that where we normally deal with about between 2,000 to 3,000 cases per year, in 2020, it was almost 7,500 cases that WAO, as an organization, as a small organization of 25 individuals, we dealt with that many cases. So yes, it has that impact. And everyone's talking about the pandemic within the pandemic. And it's not just Malaysia, it's across the globe, that the enforced stay-at-home orders, the movement controls, etc. It basically put pressure, social pressure on us all. It also put economic pressure on us all. And what it meant also is that households either that have already been facing violence within the home, even more pressure, and households where the existing inequalities within that violence. And what I'm really trying to get across here is it's a global phenomenon. We've always known that there was violence, propensity for violence. It's 9%. Yeah. Hello, are you saying something?
No.
Okay. All right. So we've it's the prevalence of violence against women in domestic violence in Malaysia is in Semenanjung, Malaysia is 9%. That means 1 in every 10 women who are or have been in a relationship have faced domestic violence. So it's existing, it's been there before, exacerbated by the pandemic. What can we do about it? We need to address this structurally, substantively, and culturally. So it's in three different facets, manifestations. So again, recognizing that in budget 2021, there were, various programs, and recognizing the work that JPW has been doing as well in all of the programs to strengthen, the women and their capacity. We would like to see actually is a framework for equality. We need to have a comprehensive framework that supports, that advances, and that in a very concrete way anchors that equality within our society, within our legal framework, within all of make. Without framework, whatever we do is only going to be band-aid. It's only going to be for the moment. It's only going to be for specific issues. It's not going to be comprehensive. And we're not going to be able to address those structural, substantive, and cultural changes that are needed. So we've been arguing that let's look at COVID-19 and the pandemic as an opportunity for us to shift. We need to have that shift towards gender equality, and recognizing also that I think it's the World Bank that identified for us that income per capita in Malaysia can increase by 16% if we improve women's economic participation, women's participation in the economic sphere. If we improve that, income per capita increases. So what does that mean? That means gender equality is not about putting women above men. Gender equality is about redressing existing inequalities so that we can all be at parity and we can all take equal opportunities and advance ourselves as is our right under the Constitution. So so we're asking for that. We're saying that this is an opportunity. It's a crisis. There is always opportunity in crisis. Let's seize this opportunity, pivot and shift towards gender equality in a fundamental way, develop a framework for equality that needs to be underpinned by gender responsive budgeting and gender equal policies to match the stated commitment of the government to create a gender equal society. So what we want is we want Malaysia to be a better country for women. And in that way, we can be a better country for all Malaysians. Thank you. Thank you, Dato.
Okay. Oops. Oh, goodness. Okay. Thank you very much, Sumitra. So it's good that your internet is still intake. So thank you very much. Now I would like to welcome our third speaker, who needs not much of introduction. I think everybody who has been involved with this COVID thing may have heard Dato Adiba's name one way or another. Yeah? Okay, but nevertheless, I've already introduced her. Okay, Prof. Adiba. As we know, in Malaysia, there are many challenges facing women and girls or boys and men during this COVID-19. Yeah. When I read your CV just now, I saw that you have been involved with the Nipah virus. So there are two things that I would like to ask you, and maybe you can share with us. Number one, what is there a difference between the previous epidemic, if you can share because of your little experience, and now you are with Ceria, and the other day we just had a brief meeting and lots of food, of course. And then my next question is, what are the impact of this pandemic, the COVID, in terms of women's health, especially mental health? We've heard so much about it, and I know these are the kind of things that you're doing: sexual and reproductive health, the well-being of our frontliners, the vulnerable groups, and of course your views on our healthcare system. I know you have been very much involved with the G25 and have been giving very positive critical comments on our system, and I'm sure I would love to hear your sharing again today, and also with the other members. Yes, Dato, can you have these 2 points? One, the difference, and the other one, your views on the impact. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Dr. Medley. Nice to see you again, and Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me this afternoon. Of in intimate partner violence in Malaysia and how it's really escalated during the pandemic. We hear certainly of figures around the world, but to hear, those huge numbers here in Malaysia is really quite disturbing. So in terms of the difference between this pandemic and the Nipah pandemic, I have to say, I think Nipah was one of the original zoonoses. Before that, there was a small Hendra outbreak with horses in Australia. When I say one of the first in recent times, in the last few decades. And the main difference, I think, firstly, is the high fatality rate with Nipah compared to our current pandemic. That's not to minimize the COVID-19 pandemic at all, but there were, I think the case fatality rate with Nipah was, testing my memory now, but it was close to 30%, if I'm not mistaken. So it was really quite severe. And, we didn't really have an effective treatment like we do for COVID now. We were able to identify the host agent, which is the pigs, quite early, relatively early once we identified the virus. And therefore, once the culling of the pigs happened, we interrupted the outbreak and saw the end of the outbreak in Malaysia. It cost the country billions of ringgit, towards the pig industry. The mode of transmission is, of course, very, very different. I think what makes the COVID-19, the SARS-CoV-2, the transmission, it's highly, highly infectious, as we all know, and more we should really be paying attention to the droplet, the respiratory transmission, and not get too caught up with this surface transmission and terminal cleaning that we all seem to be spending a lot of money and time on. That's my bugbear at the moment, sorry. I think we need to be focusing on ventilations and not so much on the terminal cleaning. So and of course, because of the silent transmission, about 40% of people who get COVID-19 don't have symptoms. You're getting this silent transmission, and before you know it, you have thousands of people getting infected. I think that's the big difference. So, are you happy with that first question? Shall I move on to the second question? Yeah, and the impact on women's health. First of all, let me share that there are quite distinct gender or differences in terms of the clinical impact. Of course, in terms of risk of acquiring the disease, there's no reason why there should be a gender difference, except to say in terms of the biological difference, there isn't, but in terms of gender difference, because of the socio-epidemiological or social determinants of health, there could be gender differences in terms of acquisition. And the best example would be in terms of the healthcare workforce that has been quite affected by this COVID-19 pandemic. And if I can share with you, there's been more than 300,000 healthcare workers infected by COVID-19 around the world, and that has led to more than 2,500 deaths. In a systematic review, 72% there was a review of cumulative reports from around the world of a total of about 152,000 healthcare workers. 72% were women, and nurses made up close to 40% of these 152,000. That's not surprising, because overwhelmingly the health workforce is made up of women. When you think of it, nurses is almost around the world 90% or more are women, physiotherapists and social workers, etc., etc. So women are heavily, the majority of healthcare workforce infected by COVID-19, either through the work itself, what we call nosocomial transmission, or in the community, has been overwhelmingly women. Now, fortunately, well, I shouldn't say fortunately, but in terms of death, forget that I ever said fortunately, in terms of death, the risk of dying is actually higher in men. The reasons for that, possibly because men, they're biological as well as, I think, again, social determinants. Biological in the sense that, the risk more for men have more increased risk for obesity, and then the other comorbidities that like diabetes and hypertension and all that then leads to them getting more severe disease. And the other is in terms of perhaps this has not been looked at in detail. Men tend to present themselves for treatment a bit later. So although this is in Malaysia, when my colleague Dr. Ben Sim from Sungai Buloh documented the first 5,000 or so cases in Malaysia, we didn't see the excess mortality in men in Malaysia. That was, I think, primarily because at that time, during the first wave, the disease in Malaysia was mostly seen, we mostly saw mild disease, but I think now we're starting to see more deaths. But in other big cohorts, certainly men are overrepresented in ICUs and in terms of mortality rates. So having said that, although women nurses and others are more more heavily represented in terms of infection among healthcare professionals, despite not causing more deaths. However, as we know, COVID can lead to long-term symptoms and disease that we're still learning about now. So the mid to long-term impact of this, we will need to wait and see. So if there are people who develop the long COVID or the post-acute COVID syndrome, then we could be seeing significant morbidity from this disease, and particularly amongst healthcare workers. We heard about its impact on intimate partner violence and sexual violence. Now, the other concern is, of course, practical things like we women have to multitask, right? The impact of, the role of, taking on being a teacher at home, and our children are not going to school usually falls on the women, and the role of caring for the elderly parents and what have you usually will also fall on women on top of doing our day job. So I think that impact in terms of mental health is probably not inconsiderable. And this is where I think, I think COVID puts a spotlight on a lot of things, and it's screaming for us to take action. We've been talking about all of this for such a long time, and I'm glad that Dr. Zarina is here to represent the women's ministry. I don't have any young children anymore, but when I see my colleagues, particularly nurses and young doctors, they struggle to come to work, to look after their young children at home, because good childcare, good public childcare is just non-existent in this country. So if we're really serious about having more women representation in the workforce, this is one thing that we should see coming out of the COVID pandemic. And especially if you want to see women in leadership. I just did a seminar with my colleagues at for International Women's Day, and we were talking about, how come there's, UM's not bad in terms of having women in leadership, but still, and I think, it just boils down to having practical things like, good childcare. Going back to the medical workforce, again, we women make up a huge number of doctors even these days. More than 50% of my medical students are women, but those of us who make it into leadership, it's still low. Leadership in medicine, not just in Malaysia, but globally, is still, in the words of Antonio Guterres, dominated by men. So, if there is a silver lining coming out of COVID, I hope it shines a spotlight on some of these long-standing needs and long-standing gaps that we must address very quickly. If we can produce a vaccine in under 12 months and inject it into now, I don't know how many million people around the world, we can surely solve. And in Malaysia, we've injected it in 100,000 people. So we can surely begin to truly address this issue of childcare, because it's causing mental stress amongst other things. But I digress. In terms of social and reproductive health, there have been reports in the US. I've not seen in Malaysia of increased teenage pregnancy and difficulty, just pure physical impossibility of attending going for to get oral contraceptions and things like that, just because of the interruptions brought about by COVID. And there have been also reports as a result of lack of social and reproductive health or access to social and reproductive health services during the severe lockdowns, concerns around not just teenage pregnancy, increase in teenage pregnancy, but also of sexually transmitted infections. And finally, I think
Dr. Adiba?
One last thing was the focus.
Yes, can I just have one last? Yes, thank you.
Sure. Largely in terms of health, largely on COVID, but the opposite to it is that because of fear, because of practicality, we know that all around the world, access to other non-COVID health services, in particular prevention services like attending for mammograms, pap smear and HPV screening, have also gone down. So that, I think, in the mid to long term, will also have an impact on women's health in general. So with that, Madeline, thank you very much for having me.
I wish we have more time to allow you to share all this interesting, all the data that you have, all the kind of challenges faced by women. But I'm sure you can definitely share with us out of this forum later. Okay, so we will go to our second round, and this second round is a bit shorter. So what I want for the second round is to for all the panelists to share what is it that needs to be done. Yeah? So we've heard about the challenges. So I will pose this question to each of the panelists. So we have about between 3 to 4 minutes to kind of wrap up, because we need there's a question and answer session. Okay, Doctor, now I'm coming back to Dr. Zarina. So as Dr. Adiba have rightly mentioned, we're so happy to see a representative from the ministry, to hear what she has said just now, and also to hear what Sunitra has mentioned, the challenges faced by women during this period. Okay, Dr. Zarina, maybe what you can do is that the government, as many of us are well aware of, there's so much work that has been going on, and so much allocation has been disbursed, to assist women and things like that. So maybe if you can share with us what are some of the key initiatives, especially during this COVID. Maybe you can just highlight 1, 2, 3. The main, or rather the key initiatives that that the government has implemented to ensure women's voices are being heard, or also their challenges during this COVID are being addressed. Yeah, can you just share with us 1 or 2 of them? Yep.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. Again, let me respond to Prof. Prof. Dr. Adiba first. Yes, indeed, I'm truly agree with you that we have to make sure that the enabling environment is we have to focus on that enabling environment to ensure that women can participate in the labor force in the future, because we can see that during this pandemic, most of them having problem to come to work just because of these childcare issues. For your information, actually, we in the ministry is working towards that to ensure that more childcare center can be developed and built in women empowerment, and it has been a part of Malaysian plan since 1980s to enable women to participate and contribute to and benefit from the development. Malaysia also recognized women equal rights, and it is stipulated in Article 8 Federal Constitution, which prohibits any kind of discrimination on the basis of gender. A national policy instrument that support women's empowerment, which is the National Policy on Women, has also been in place since its introduction in 1989 and later reviewed in 2009. And for your information, is now also in the midst of reviewing again this national policy of women. I would like to share some of initiative related to women in decision making. For example, in the policy of at least 30% of women in decision making in public sector, it show an increase from 36.1% in 2018, increased to 38.23% in 2020. That is in public sector. And if we look into the corporate sector, it also show a significant increase. For example, in 2018, it's only about 24.4% and increased to 25.4% in October 2020. So there's a lot of programs and initiatives that have been introduced in order to ensure that women in decision making is increased in numbers. As for the top 100 public listed companies, the number of women participation is fluctuate, and more programs and incentives need to be addressed to promote the inclusiveness in public listed company. And the 30% club is a group of women leaders, not only to achieve their own successes, but also to promote more talented women, young women especially, to be part of board directors. The government constantly works in formulating legal framework aimed at addressing issues related to gender equality and eliminating discrimination against women to fulfill Malaysia's obligation under CEDAW, while engaging with civil society for collective improvements to be made in the aspect of policy services and law enforcement. And to further encourage the positive progress, the ministry is working on bolstering the efforts towards eliminating gender bias and discrimination in the form of a specific bill for gender equality. This initiative is done through the establishment of Special Project Team SPT in 2019 that helps the drafting process of the bill. However, due to some changes in the policy direction, this SPT has been tasked to focus on drafting a sexual harassment bill first until it is tabled to the parliament. Both bills are deemed to enable Malaysia to fulfill its CEDAW obligations in addressing inequality and discrimination faced by women. The ministry also ensures that gender issues are brought to the forefront in other policies formulation, for example, in RMK 12, so that the initiative to mainstream gender and undertake gender analysis is implemented holistically across all government agencies. So I think enough for now. Thank you very much.
Straight to the point. That is really well. I will definitely would love to visit your office in Putrajaya to get more information on the kind of work that the ministry is doing, because in the past we have been working quite closely with the Ministry of Women. Yeah. Okay. So thank you. And for sharing some of the key strategies or kind of programs that you have. Now, Sunitra, okay, are you there, Sunitra? Or are you missing? Okay, all right. All right. After this, you can just switch off your. Okay, okay. So this one short question for you. You have identified the major challenges faced by women and girls during COVID-19 pandemic. Yeah. Can you share best practices or some of the solutions that you will recommend to address some of these challenges? Yeah? So maybe if you have one or two that you think that that you can share, that what WAO have done, or the kind of things that you think that other agencies that you know in other parts of the world that you think that Malaysia can learn from these best practices. Yes, Sunitra.
Yeah, so thank you so much. That's a really, really good question. But, you know, I feel really that we have the solutions. We know our country better. We know the needs of our women better, and we have the solutions. Yes, of course, we can learn from what else is out there, with you know, and what's worked and what's not. But I really want to bring the focus back to something that the other speakers also talked about, and especially Professor Adiba, and that is about childcare. So, Dr. Madeline, if I may, can I just share just a couple of slides?
Sure.
Yeah,
please
cool.
go ahead.
All right, thank you. Oh, it's disabled. Okay, I can't. All right, but in any event,
they can do it. Maybe we can request them. Our host is there. Please allow Sunitra.
Yeah, can already. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. All right, can you see this?
Yeah.
Okay, so so we've actually had an opportunity to engage with government, and I think this is also something that should be said about our government interlocutors, and that is with KPWKM, with Ministry of Human Resources, with Ministry of Finance, and so forth, is that we're able to engage in dialogue. And so, you know, in dialogue with the Ministry of, the Finance Ministry before the development of Budget 2021, we were talking about this, right? So it was about what we felt was really important to advance gender equality in Malaysia through the budget. And that is three main areas, which is safeguarding women's employment after the pandemic, reforming the Employment Act, and strengthening you know, the capacity to respond to for crisis services to respond to survivors of gender-based violence. So yeah, so, and I just want to go back to the issue of safeguarding women's employment, right? So historically, our women's unemployment has always been higher in Malaysia than men. But if you look at Q1, Q2 of 2020, I mean, you can see not just has it risen for all gender, both genders, but also for women, it's just that much higher at 5.5, right? So, and then, yeah, so, and then an unprecedented number of individuals have left the labor force. And this is the important part, right? Most are citing family responsibilities for leaving. And knowing that family responsibilities tend to fall on women more than men. So you would imagine that actually these numbers are actually overwhelmingly women who say that they're leaving because of family responsibilities. And then I also want to draw attention to this particular slide, and that shows, oops, so just to go back, okay. So investing in childcare is important, especially for B40, yeah, we know that. Female-headed households, yes, we know that. But one thing that we need to also remember is that tax exemption-based childcare support excludes those who are most in need of that support, right? Because most of our B40 family households, etc., don't earn enough to be taxed. So, so they're excluded from that kind of benefit. Yeah, so when we were talking, you know, engaging in dialogue, we really wanted to bring the focus to childcare. So yes, it's about, the first point is amendments to Employment Act is very important, but that's a whole new, I think, panel in itself. But the second thing is we must increase public investment in early childcare and education, especially by increasing public provision and providing more producer subsidies. So there is that OECD average of 30% of all centers must be operated as public services. So we need to spend to try and make it at least to that number. And then also startup grants for private childcare operators. So I think the UN Women, they have this project called We Empower Asia. And We Empower Asia, I think, provides support to women entrepreneurs in Malaysia to provide them with that childcare support subsidy, so that they can, not have to worry about doing that juggling between, trying to make a living for myself and then also ensuring that my child is well cared for and also, is education needs are being taken care of. And then the provision of childcare services, it's very important that we focus it within low-income neighborhoods. So the government recently, they provided a lot of tax incentive for workplaces, etc., to provide workplace creche. Workplace creche is so important because not just does it give the opportunity for the family, the man or the woman to have childcare in a guaranteed environment, but it also demonstrates commitment, right, by the employer. But also, childcare, affordable, standard-based childcare in the community is also extremely important because many families can't take their kids to work, right? So if you have 3 kids and they're all various ages under 5, and you go to work on a motorbike, how are you going to take your kids to your workplace creche? It's just not practicable for many. And then we also want us to think a lot about means-tested consumer subsidies, and then and also finding ways to free up the time spent on unpaid care and domestic work for women in B40 households. So I think Khazanah Research Institute last year or in 2019 did this amazing piece of research on the cost of unpaid care work by women. And I feel that we really need to be guided by all of that very, very rich data and very spot-on analysis that's coming from think tanks, that's coming from the UN, that also is being generated within governments. We need to learn from that. It's not just beautiful research that we publish and have panels about. It needs to inform policy. So then again, that's why, like what I said earlier, that whole, framework of equality, that very strident pivot towards gender equality, towards empowering women, including in the economy, and then also focusing on making sure we address all those GBV and discrimination issues. We need to do that pivot right now. It's like we're like this blob of plasticine right now, and we can mold ourselves. We can mold policy. We take the opportunity now and let's just pivot, because think of the amazing, amazing benefits that we can bring to Malaysia. We can make Malaysia better. This is the time to do it. We have to do it. That's it.
Thank you, Sunita. Oh my goodness.
Sorry, I feel so strongly about this.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Now. Yeah.
Hello? I think I have some problem here. Some technical problem.
Okay.
Are you okay?
Stop sharing now.
Can you all hear me? No?
Yeah.
Yeah? Uh-oh. I have some problem. Hold on. Okay. So I think for the, I will not elaborate more, Sunita, because I think we are taking a bit too long here. Dr. Adiba, Okay, one question for Dr. Adiba. Are you there, Dr. Adiba? Yeah, okay. In your opinion, this is one question that I would love to ask you. In your opinion, is the government doing enough to address the challenges faced by women and girls during this COVID-19? Just one question, Dr. Adiba.
Are you trying to get me into trouble?
No. I'll visit you. Don't worry.
You know, if perhaps they are, but we're not hearing about it. I must admit, I've been completely focused on the health response. But like I said, even practical things like providing, you know, like Sumitra's just expanded on it. What do you call it? Childcare and quite a number of our participants have also mentioned elderly care, then perhaps we've not done enough. I think we need to speed up, you know, all those plans that are underway. And if, you know, if what we've just heard earlier from Sumitra in terms of the domestic violence and how the numbers have, you know, escalated in such a big way, then there's the answer there for you, that perhaps, not perhaps, that no, we're not doing enough to protect women. And I'm sure WAO is just probably overwhelmed trying to manage these cases. Am I right, Sumitra? Yeah, so you know, I don't know the direct answer to that, Madeline, because I've been having my ears and eyes on, but just going by what we've discussed so far, then I would think much more can be done.
Okay. Dr. Adiba, just one question, because you are the expert here. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. What about in terms of COVID vaccination? I think you were very positive the last time we met.
I still am, and we all should get vaccinated as quickly as possible. I had my vaccine last Monday and waiting to get my second dose in a couple of weeks. Now, here's an interesting fact in terms of gender difference, that all us women out there, the chance of getting side effects, unfortunately, is higher in women. Okay, in the CDC reports, but most of these are mild side effects. Okay, in the CDC in the US is following up all the reports of side effects. I have to say, these are, please don't start to panic, women. Don't say, you know, Prof. Adiba said women get more side effects, therefore I don't want my vaccine. Please don't do that. It's just, you know, these side effects can range from a little bit of soreness to the more severe ones. Now, the second thing to say is this is not unusual for vaccination. Women, whether it's flu vaccine or all the other vaccines, tend to have more side effects. And there are two, you know, big explanations for this. One is our immune response is better in general, you know, so there you go again. There's all these biological differences. Men out there, sorry, but it would appear that the immune response in general in women tends to be better, and so we react more to the vaccine, and it's been noted in other vaccines as well, not just COVID-19 vaccine. And secondly, we probably whinge more, and therefore we tend to report more to these agencies that are collecting side effects data, whereas men have to be macho and, you know, not say that they're suffering from any of the side effects. Probably some truth in that. Yeah. So, Yen, you were going to ask me more about vaccine. I just thought I should share that there is some gender difference.
Thank you.
Reactions. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember you sharing that when we had our last meeting. So I was very, very confident that I will definitely go for my vaccination.
Please do. Please do.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you to all the three speakers. Okay, I think now we are going to our third or rather the part 3 of our discussion today, that is on the question and answers. I would definitely like to invite all of you here. If you can come up with your questions, either you can post it on the chat, or you can post your question directly to the each of the participants, or rather the panelists here. So please introduce yourself, and please come. Go straight to the question, because we have quite a limited time left. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Madeline, I think we have a couple of really good questions from the chat.
Can you moderate it? I have some problem in my computer. With my my Zoom. I need to get out and come back in. Can you help to moderate for a while?
Sure. Okay, so I'm going to pick the top questions please, that we think is very relevant for today's topic first. Right. So the first one would be from Siti Norasia Ismail. And she asked about, is there a target for the number of registered childcare centers to be established in the first half of RMK 12? Second one would be from the Kuwait Embassy by Ms. Nora. So she asked on what is the empowerment and motivation for women to pursue high-ranking jobs, since a major percentage of women don't have a major impact on taking on jobs with a big responsibility and don't have a lot of confidence and encouragement to live that kind of lifestyle. The third question from Ms. Azura Ibrahim is speaking about gender equality, and she asked on how did the indicator of setting 30% of women leaders in the workforce in decision-making level is being made, and she asked, can this be increased to 50%? So I'll leave it to the panelists. Perhaps each of you can address one question each. And I think let's start from Dr. Zurina. Please. We need to unmute the panelists, so please bear with us for a moment.
Okay. Thank you very much for the question. I would like to address the question related to 30% women in decision making. Just now, I did share some of statistics that we achieved in 2020, whether in public sector or in the corporate sector. For now, it seems that in the public sector, we already exceed our target. That is 38.23% in 2020. But then in corporate sector, it's not achieving yet. It doesn't achieve the target yet. You know, it's only about 25.4% in October 2020. So if I would like to respond to this question, I would like to say that let us target to achieve this women in decision making, 30% women in decision making in inclusively in corporate and public sector first, and then we shall start to increase this target in the future. Yes, it is indeed we required to increase the target, but then it's really hard to achieve that target because we cannot force everybody to appoint women at the decision making levels, because it's related to various challenges and so on. But in public sector, we already exceed the target. That's a good achievement actually. But in corporate sector, it's related to various agencies, it's related to various parties where we need to encourage more, corporate to fulfill this target. And then for your information, we still working on it, and we start to discuss with various parties in order to ensure that we achieve this 30% target. That's it. I think I answered that question. In relation to the childcare number, I cannot share the number of targeted in the first quarter of this year, because we're still in the middle of discussion with various people, because this childcare is not only under this ministry. We also have to discuss with the corporate sector as well, because the childcare center under this ministry's purview is only for the registered childcare in the public agency, most of it. So it's also need to be discussed with the corporate sector, with the GLCs and so on. So it's really need a lot of efforts and really need a lot of encouragement to ensure this this childcare center to be set up by various parties. The third question, I cannot remember the third question. I believe another panelist have their ideas to answer these questions. Thank you.
Dr. Adiba, would you like to go next? Perhaps add on or answer the next question.
Which one would you like me to answer? I think in terms of, that they're just speaking from my own experience, not using data in terms of why women are still hesitant to be in leadership role. I'm talking about the medical profession. Like I said, lots of women, lots of medical students female students joining medical school. Then in terms of going on to specialize, they then to start to drop out. And it's got to do with the biological demands right at the time when we have to specialize is when, the biological clock is starting to run out in terms of starting a family. So a lot of women have to make a choice of A, becoming pregnant and having babies and children, and B, once they have that, to pursue a career that is very demanding in terms of, the clinical service. And if you want to go into leadership, you have to sub-specialize and even, do more postgraduate degree. So there are real things that hold us back in terms of taking on the leadership role in medicine, unless we get that support either from an extended family or institutional support in the form of childcare. And I don't know whether it's something inherent in us women. I don't want to be an apologist for this, but perhaps we just need to lean in more, and is it in our nature, is it in our character that we are more reticent in taking on leadership roles? Tak apalah, let the men do it.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Adiba. Ms. Sumitra, would you like to add on to any of the responses that have been provided?
Yeah. So yes, so actually before anything, I want to just draw attention to one of the participants here put a comment saying that it's not only about the Ministry of Women. And, I want to emphasize that so strongly. This is as much as it's an all of Malaysia, it's critical for all of Malaysia, it's an all of government issue as well. And so let's not assume that anything that is not quite right or any gaps which exist, etc., should all be on the plate of the Ministry of Women. It's not. It's a shared responsibility from the head of government, down to, whoever, voters, all of us. It's but within government, it is everyone. And that's why gender responsive budgeting is so important, and that's why mainstreaming gender equality issues is so important. So for everything that you do, every policy that's being developed, every decision that's being taken, regardless of ministry, that question should be, am I putting on my gender lens? How is this going to affect women? How is this going to drive equality or hold it back? So I just wanted to make that point. And so going back to the issue of why is it 30%, I think it was something that was seen to be achievable. So perhaps that's why, that 30% rather than 50% or whatever. But not getting there, I think that issue of recognizing that you have a right to have a seat at the table, and absolutely right. Like, not be reticent, not hold ourselves back. And its society, I think, has a role as well to ensure that we feel that we have a right to be at the table. But there are two things also that are very important to look at when it comes to women in leadership. And there's two things. One is, we talk a lot about the glass ceiling, and of course, yes, it exists. But then there's also this issue of the broken rung. The ladder, you have a ladder. So there's steps in the ladder, and sometimes there's a rung that's broken, so you want to climb, but you can't. And what causes the broken rung? It's actually things like the inavailability of appropriate childcare, the absence of shared, unpaid care work, family obligations not being shared, things which are actually keeping women from accessing equality. So it's not just about glass ceiling, it's also about that broken rung. And so that's why, the discussions that, that's going on, that we've been having about, and as we talked about, as Dr. Zarina mentioned, the legislative changes and so forth. But even if you put in place legislative changes, that in and of itself is not going to bring change. We need to have an all-of-government approach, and we need entire society to buy into this. So I know I'm so over time, but I just wanted to say that. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you to all our panelists. I'll hand it over now to Dr. Madeline to perhaps give us a very quick summary of what has happened during this very amazing session with all our panelists.
Awesome speakers, all of them with from all their various backgrounds. They have shared with us. We have heard from our Dr. Zarina the kind of work that they are doing with the 4K model, and of course the 30% agenda. I'm just curious, should we instead of just having a kind of we hope for something, is there any way that we will go for a quota? So I know the government is not really keen on a quota, but I guess that's something that you need to talk about and really discuss it out openly. And I was quite surprised that the 30% is still not achieved, because I remember we have the club, remember the 30% club with all the big names in those leading those clubs. And even then we cannot push for the 30%. So that's number one. So I really hope, Dr. Zarina, more should and needs to be done. And with Sumitra, that was really an very good sharing. And I like the suggestion that you put forward. Some of them are economics. You're talking about subsidies and things like that. Government tends to be a bit, when you talk about subsidies and giving out anything that involves money nowadays, although they have already given out like 5 stimulus packages, but to them, they're trying to avoid anything. But I do think, we talk about budgeting. So this has, what we call it, long overdue, right, Sunitra? I'm sure you have been talking it like since God knows how many years ago, right? So thank you, Sunitra. I really hope that you can bring some of the agenda and bring it forward, bring it up, for open discussion with, like you say, you did mention you met up with MOF, right, with the minister during your budget discussion. That's really good. We need a lot of conversation going on. I know we have so many questions out here, so maybe later you all can have a look at it. Now, Dr. Adiba, our what do you call? She gave us a lot of optimism. Yeah. Although I was initially I was kind of, should I or shouldn't I take my COVID vaccination? But on the day I met her, she was telling me, no, you should take it up. And of course, she did mention about some of the side effects, and I was kind of worried there is a gender dimension to the COVID.
It's a mild side effects.
All right, mild effect. When you're already at my age, So anything that is small is really worrying. But thank you so much for sharing. And of course, the earlier discussion, you were saying that, you know, the difference between the one during the Nipah and the COVID now, and how it has impacted Malaysians in general, and gender equality in terms of access, in terms of health and things like that. That was really a good sharing, because a lot of times, you know, when we talk about gender equality, health, it has not really like the one we have experienced now, because I really think that, you know, COVID has really, like you say, it had hope, you know, it's opening things that we have never, it's like a Pandora box on one hand, but on the other hand, there are a lot of things that we think that you know, cannot be solved. But I think with COVID, to a certain extent, yeah, it brought up a lot of positive vibes when we hear Dr. Zarina. Yeah, Dr. Zarina, I hope the government will do a lot more in terms of addressing the issue, not only in terms of COVID, but in impact on gender. You know, the people talking about violence at home. You know, I saw a lot of our colleagues here. If you look at chat, there's a lot of discussion on chat also. So I think we have reached the end of our discussion. I wish we can discuss more. So I would like all of us here. Can we take a photo? I am very much into photo. How do I go about doing it? I leave it to the host. They are the experts here. Is there any way they can take the group photos? No? We
Throughout the session. So fret not, we'll send the photos over to you after this.
Okay. So now I shared back with, passing it back to our host today. So thank you very much. Can we just give all of them a big clap? Bye. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Madeline and our outstanding panelists. So ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a 10-minute break. After the break, we will have 2 specially recorded video messages by Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Jamilah Mahmud, who is the Special Advisor to the Prime Minister on Public Health, and also Dr. Amalina Bakri, the General Surgery Registrar and Clinical Research Fellow at the Imperial College of London. So please stay with us, and I'll see you 10 minutes later. Welcome back, participants. As we move to the second part of the forum, we are pleased to have two recorded messages by Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Jamila Mahmud and Dr. Amalina Bakri. Please enjoy.
Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera. Hello, everyone. We often hear of how the COVID-19 pandemic has laid bare the inequalities in society and made visible of our global society's long unaddressed issues, one of which is the still prevailing invisibility of women. Half of the world's population is female. Women make up 70% of the global health workforce, yet only 25% hold senior leadership positions. And the gender wage gap is almost like an open secret, all enabled by a global culture of gender stereotypes, biases, and power imbalances. In Malaysia, the burden of care work is still heavily placed onto women. Women have been at the forefront of the fight against COVID-19. In fact, women are the shock absorbers of COVID-19 impacts to the society, powering through the uncertainty and fear as mothers, wives, daughters, sisters, employees, students, and many more. And for many, doing all at the same time. The theme for International Women's Day this year is Choose to Challenge. So let's challenge ourselves to bring these untold stories and sacrifices to light, to make visible these stories of struggle and have more women in top leadership positions. Having a seat at the table matters, but let us not expect or ask women to fit into the narrow seats they are provided with. Instead, let us bring the table to the women. I wish everyone, men and women, Happy International Women's Day 2021.
Women's representation and engagement in leadership is vital for more inclusive and diverse decisions. According to a study published by the Center for Economic Policy Research and the World Economic Forum, countries led by women have had systematically and significantly better COVID-19 outcomes than those led by men. Ladies, it is time for all of us to break the glass ceiling. It is not the time for us to wait and see what happens. It is time for us to take the responsibility, make a change, and be proactive. Women deserve equal opportunities and freedom. Speak up and make your voices heard. Find a mentor who could help you to reach your full potential. Get out of your comfort zone and grow as a person and as a leader. Don't dream for your success, but work for it. Be a role model to young girls. If your actions can inspire others to do better, then you are a great leader. Whatever you choose to do, however many roads you travel, stay true to yourself. As what Michelle Obama said, no country can ever truly flourish if it stifles the potential of its women and deprives itself of the contributions of half of its citizens. Happy International Women's Day.
For the second panel discussion entitled Leadership and Commitment in Ensuring an Equal Future for Women in a COVID-19 World, our moderator is Mr. Najib Asifi, the United Nations Population Fund representative for Malaysia. Mr. Asifi, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me? I wasn't sure.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Please accept my greetings and best wishes for this afternoon session. And very welcome to session number 2, which is basically on leadership and commitment in ensuring an equal future for women in a COVID world. First of all, I want to express my warm greeting to YB Dato Kamaruddin Jafar, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Malaysia, if he's still with us. But nevertheless, we also wish to thank him on behalf of the UN for his participation to the Nairobi Summit ICPD 25 and for leading Malaysia's mission to this particular August gathering. We're also happy to recognize the commitment made by the government of Malaysia. I wish to acknowledge also my colleague Stefan Prisoner, UN coordinator, if he's still with us, and thank him for his clear and very substantive messages that he delivered during this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, in my capacity as representative of UNFPA in Malaysia, I'm happy to share that since 1973, together with key partners in Malaysia, worked to advocate for legal, planning and monitoring frameworks, providing solutions and supporting capacity development in addressing gender equality and women's empowerment. UNFPA also leads and coordinates the overall advocacy for gender equality and women's empowerment for the UN in Malaysia, as it leads Gender Result Group that is engaged in a variety of important intervention and efforts, including monitoring the progress, gender mainstreaming of the UN programs, gender responses within the UN system in Malaysia, coordinating the prevention of sexual exploitation and abuse, promoting women, peace and security efforts, advocating against intimate partner violence, providing and coordinating technical inputs on gender, and many more. In this connection, I wish to thank the member of Gender Result Group of the United Nations for their hard work, for their tireless work to make the life better for women and girls in Malaysia. The establishment of the recent Malaysia Women and Girls Forum, which was conceptualized by UNFPA and supported by the UN in Malaysia, provides an opportunity to identify, engage, and track key social, economic, and legislative changes that are needed to accelerate the rights of Malaysian women and girls. As we celebrate this important day, the International Women's Day, today, or in fact yesterday, we look forward to continue making the world a better place for women and girls in Malaysia, together with key partners, and especially that we are going through the recovery period from COVID-19. Now, moving on to the panel 2, ladies and gentlemen, we have earlier during the panel 1 discussed the health, social, economic solutions of women in COVID-19 world. But now moving on, we will look into the leadership and commitment needed to address the situation of women in Malaysia, ensuring an equal future for women in this COVID-19 times. In the session 2, like the first session, we also have a panel of eminent speakers. So in this panel, we have 3 speakers, Ms. Bandana Rana, who will address the issues of international obligation and protecting and promoting the rights of women and children in Malaysia. The second speaker is Dr. Nik Salida Sohaila, who will speak on political commitment issues. And the third speaker is Dr. Yasmin Mahmood, who will address women leadership and perspective from the private sector. What I'd like to do is to introduce each speaker just before their presentation, and then we will begin and continue with their presentation. Ms. Vandana Rana, who is joining us today from Kathmandu, Nepal, is a member of CEDAW committee serving her second term since first elected in 2017. She continues her second years as the CEDAW committee vice chair last month, in fact. Ms. Rana is also a member of UNFPA High-Level Commission on ICPD 25. It's a follow-up and a chair of Global Network of Women Peace Builders. Since she is the co-founder and strategic advisor of Sati Nepal, an NGO established in 1992 in Nepal to address violence and discrimination faced by Nepali women and girls. Ms. Rana will be presenting on the international obligation in protecting and promoting the rights of women and children in Malaysia, providing us insight particularly on obligation under CEDAW, which was also ratified by Malaysia with some reservation. We look forward to hear on opportunities for progression here in Malaysia as part of its commitment to international conventions enabling better support for women and girls during the pandemic and beyond. Ms. Rana, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Najib Asif. Warm greetings from Nepal and happy International Women's Day 2021 to everyone who has joined this very, very important event. As per the questions posed for me, I think I will shed light on actually a snapshot of what CEDAW is. The last time that Malaysia reported and had a constructive dialogue with the CEDAW committee, some of the major concerns raised by the committee and recommendations raised by the committee, and some impact of the pandemic and some recommendations and suggestions to move forward. I think that is what I'm going to focus on in my presentation. CEDAW, as many of you may know, but I'm reiterating, is a human rights treaty for women. The UN General Assembly adopted the CEDAW Convention in 1979, and it came into force as a treaty in 1981. CEDAW is a comprehensive Bill of Rights for women and is monitored by the CEDAW Committee, comprising of 23 members. States party to this convention are obligated to report to CEDAW Committee 1 year after ratification, and thereafter every 4 years. The convention is being continually updated to include new insights and new issues that are brought to the CEDAW Committee's attention through the formulation of general recommendations by the committee. The convention is guided by 3 core principles: substantive equality, not just de jure equality, but de facto equality, equality in reality, non-discrimination between men and women, and state accountability, accountability of states who have ratified CEDAW to implement its 16 substantive articles to end discrimination against women and girls. Malaysia, as Mr. Najib also mentioned, ratified CEDAW in 1995. The first accession to the convention was made with a number of reservations, but after the Beijing conference, Malaysia withdrew some of the reservations, but still retains some reservations to Article 9 and Article 16. Reservations are a serious issue throughout the international treaty system. Some of the reservations to CEDAW are particularly problematic, going to the heart of fundamental issues such as nationality, legal capacity, and equality in the family. In terms of treaty body reporting, Malaysia reported, the last time Malaysia reported to CEDAW had a constructive huge gap, and unfortunately with CRC also its reporting is overdue since 2007. I think this is an area as treaty body obligation that Malaysia needs to seriously take this into account and initiate mechanisms to report timely, because that is a commitment to building a gender equal world. That's very important, I think. Some of the aspects that were raised as achievements that Malaysia made during the constructive dialogue in the context of women, this is in the CEDAW committee, was its initiatives taken to promote gender equality, such as the adoption of the National Women's Policy and Action Plan, the policy objective of achieving women's representation in at least 30% of decision-making positions, and efforts to encourage the private sector to implement flexible working arrangements to provide wider opportunities for women to participate in the labor force. In terms of children, because I took out some from CRC as well, the establishment of child protection teams to coordinate support services at the community level for children in need of care and protection and families in crisis, and undertaking of preventive and rehabilitative programs such as the establishment of child activity centers and crisis intervention centers for children and families in high-risk areas. But a number of major concerns have been raised to Malaysia by the CEDAW committee, which becomes even more pertinent in this post-pandemic or during this pandemic. The committee was particularly concerned about the existence of the dual legal system of civil law and multiple versions of Sharia law, which results in continuing discrimination against women, particularly in the field of marriage and family relations. And some of the key recommendations were: Sharia law needs to be in full compliance with the provisions of CEDAW and CRC, simplify the procedure for gaining access to legal aid and ensure that it is available and accessible to all women, regardless of nationality, identify and address the specific obstacles faced by women who are in disadvantaged situations, including migrant women, eliminate discriminatory stereotypes and patriarchal attitudes concerning the roles and responsibilities of women and men in the family and in society, prohibit all forms of female genital mutilation in its criminal code, ensuring that the prohibition cannot be overruled by any fatwas, harmonize Sharia law to prohibit the whipping of women as a form of punishment, criminalize marital rape in national legislation, identifying the underlying causes of the underrepresentation of women in leadership positions, and use temporary special measures. I was happy to hear the Deputy Foreign Minister say that Malaysia now has a first woman as Deputy Prime Minister and Chief Justice. I hope this can be accelerated at all levels and entities. The other recommendation was reduce the gender pay gap, apply a policy of zero tolerance with regard to discrimination and violence against sexual minorities, ensure that all persons, regardless of religious prescriptions, have equal rights in all family and marriage matters, prohibit polygamy. These were some of the major, of course, there were many others, but these were some pertinent and prominent recommendations that were given to Malaysia during the 2018 constructive dialogue, which holds a lot of importance with the disproportionate impact that COVID has perpetuated. In terms of the impact of COVID in Malaysia, and I'm sure we have the Human Rights Commission experts over here, which I had also read some of its report. And like in many countries in the region, domestic violence cases have increased multifold. Many cases were underreported due to pre-existing gender-digital divide, protection gaps in online violence, gender insensitivity of enforcement officers, and data discrepancies. These areas should be identified with intervention points to address each of the problems with the zero tolerance approach for gender-based violence, which includes effective punishment to perpetrators, compensation, and rehabilitation facilities for victims. There are issues in access to online education for children, particularly in rural areas. It is the obligation of the state to eliminate digital divide, which has surfaced to the fore due to the pandemic. Mothers or female members of the household have been mostly responsible for homeschooling and more often expected to juggle this with other unpaid care and domestic work and work from home responsibilities. Malaysia should introduce mechanisms to support women through various measures such as increase of the care centers, flexible work arrangements for women, unemployment benefits for women who are obligated to suspend paid work, services to increase women's skill and employability in various sectors. The minister this morning also mentioned the introduction of gender responsive stimulus packages. We really need to monitor whether the beneficiaries have actually leveraged from these kinds of packages and what is the impact. That's because introduction is one part, but the second part is ensuring that the beneficiaries benefit from it. There is a lack of data about the disproportionate advantage of families across geographical areas, as well as families falling into poverty due to economic impacts of COVID-19. This should be taken stock of through national machineries, and support systems should be effective to reduce the indiscriminate impacts, particularly affected by intersectional forms of discrimination upon women and children. Domestic workers who are predominantly migrant women were especially affected with the increased workload because everyone stayed at home. Some were even at risk of violence and worked in forced labor conditions as they were given little rest, had to work overtime, and were not paid wages on time. In this regard, the ILO obligations of Malaysia should be well enforced to monitor any discrepancies in order to safeguard the basic rights of domestic and migrant workers. In this regard, I want to inform you that CEDAW committee, taking into account the statistics that came up in terms of the disproportionate impact on women and girls in many countries, came up with a CEDAW guidance note on COVID-19 to address the disproportionate impact of the pandemic on women's health. Health was one. It had 9 points. One was health. The other is provide sexual and reproductive health as essential services, protect women and girls from gender-based violence, ensure equal participation of women in decision-making, ensure continuous education, provide socioeconomic support, adopt targeted measures for disadvantaged groups of women, protect women and girls in humanitarian settings, and continue implementing Women, Peace, Security agenda, strengthen institutional response, dissemination of information, and data collection. This is a 9-point CEDAW guidance note, which we are encouraging and calling upon all member states to include and take into account while formulating COVID-19 response programs with women at the center. So this needs to be looked into. And in the coming days, when we interact with the member states, the dialogue will be more COVID-centric in terms of how they are applying this guidance note in their response programs. We've just done an initial pilot constructive dialogue online virtual program with Denmark as a start this last session, which has just completed last week. We hope to continue, of course, meet face-to-face. It cannot be substituted with online permanently, and dialogue, initiate dialogue with most state parties from a COVID-centric perspective. You know, although I don't know how many minutes I have, Mr. Najib, because
actually maybe one more minute.
One more minute, then perhaps I will not go into, because, you know, I'm concerned that Malaysia maintains its reservations to Articles 9, 2, and 16 of the Convention on the basis that the provisions are not in line with the federal constitution, Islamic law, and national policies. I just wanted to give some examples of some countries that have withdrawn their reservations. Tunisia, 2014, was the first country in the region to remove all specific reservations to the treaty. Singapore has, in 2009 and 2011, withdrawn some of its reservations. In particular, the minimum age for most Muslim marriages was raised to 18, and changes were made to Muslim inheritance law in Singapore. Despite having Muslim populations in various proportions, Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, Philippines, Vietnam, and Myanmar have no reservations on any of the articles of the convention. So I feel treaty bodies are mechanisms that support governments in their commitment towards equality, development, and peace. It should not be viewed, because many countries do that, it should not be viewed as a cumbersome process.
Time is almost up.
I'm ending it. UN entities, including CEDAW committee, are keen and ready to support and capacitate states in their reporting obligations and due diligence. I do hope on the occasion of this Women's Day, Malaysia will take heed of the recommendations from CEDAW in 2018 and respond effectively to create an equal future that benefits all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rana, and I'm very sorry for mentioning a couple of times as time was really running out. But thank you for your elaborate presentation touching on a lot of pertinent issues during this short time. Okay, now for our second panelist, we have a representative from our co-organizer, SUHAKAM, the Human Rights Commission of Malaysia, Dr. Nick Salida Sohaila. Dr. Nick is a commissioner of SUHAKAM since 2016. She's also a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Sharia and Law from the Islamic Science University of Malaysia since 2003. A fellow of the Tunku Hajia Aziza Center for Women's Studies from the Islamic University of Malaysia since 2016, and a fellow of Yayasan Taqwa Islamia Malaysia since 2013. Since 2014, she is also representative in Hukum Siyara Consultative Committee from the Office of Wilayah Persekutuan Mufti's Office. Moving forward from the commitment to international convention presented by Ms. Rana, talking into account Malaysia's national development goals and its local values. Now we will hear from Dr. Nick on the political will, the commitment needed from the leaders of Malaysia in advancing women and girls in Malaysia. What worked, what could be improved, and if we have any lessons for Malaysia. Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Najib Asifi, our moderator for this session, and panelists, Ms. Bandana Rana and Yang Berbahagia Datuk Yasmin Mahmud. Excellencies, distinguished speakers and participants, happy International Women's Day. Assalamualaikum warahmatullah, and good afternoon to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I have no idea of how many pages is equal to 10 minutes, but I try my best to complete in 10 minutes.
And a little bit less.
Yeah. In 2011, the United Nations General Assembly resolutions on women's political participation noted that women in every part of the world continue to be largely marginalized from the political sphere, often as a result of discriminatory laws, practices, attitudes, and gender stereotypes, low levels of education, lack of access to healthcare, and also the disproportionate effect of poverty on women. In the CEDAW concluding observations on the combined third to fifth periodic reports of Malaysia regarding political and public life participation, the committee raised their concern, and this can be seen in para 29. The committee welcomes the announcement made by the Prime Minister of Malaysia in December 2017 to adopt a minimum quota of 30% for women's representation as senators in the upper house of parliament. However, the committee is concerned that women continue to be underrepresented in all political and public life areas, including in parliament, the cabinet, local government, the judiciary, and the diplomatic service, particularly in decision-making positions. And it also regrets the underrepresentation of women from marginalized groups in all political and public life, such as women with disabilities, indigenous women, and also ethnic minority women. According to the ranking by the Inter-Parliamentary Unit as of 1st January 2021, Malaysia ranks at 145th globally in terms of women participation in the national parliament, with 14.86% of MPs are women, compared to Sweden, 46%. Comparing with other Asian neighbor countries, according to the World Economic Forum in 2020, Indonesia had one of the world's largest women in senior and leadership roles. Yeah, and on the other hand, Vietnam holds the lowest representation of women in politics, with only 1 woman in the cabinet of 25 ministers. Malaysia and Myanmar are among the worst performing Asian countries, ranking 104th and 114th respectively, both countries below a majority of sub-Saharan African countries. Malaysia ranks at 117th for political empowerment, of which it far better than Thailand, Myanmar, and Cambodia in Asia. So some of the Malaysia's commitments and main achievements in promoting gender equality for the past 5 years are due to political will for women's empowerment. Why do some countries succeed in promoting gender parity and eliminating all forms of discrimination against women while others do not? The answer often given is political will, but no further explanation of it. Under the 11th Malaysia Plan, women empowerment continued to be a priority, whereby programs were held to increase the female labor participation rate from 54.3% in 2016 to 59% in 2020. And such measures were in line with the strategy to transform Malaysia into a high-income nation by 2020 under the Economic Transformation Program. In addressing gender-based violence against women and children, the Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development has set up the Talian Kasih hotline to provide fast, accurate and effective services to victims and survivors of gender-based violence. And it is not only for gender-based violence survivors exclusively, but the hotline is also open to persons with disabilities, victims of neglect, juveniles, delinquents, those in need of counseling, providing sexual and reproductive health, and other vulnerable persons. In the 2021 budget, the government allocated 21 million Malaysian ringgit to establish a one-stop social support center. And these centers, in collaboration with NGOs, will provide social protection and moral support to women facing domestic problems, divorce, and abuse. Malaysia's commitment to advance and strengthen women's rights and prevent gender-based violence is most recently reflected by the effort of the Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development to table the sexual harassment bill in Parliament as soon as the Parliament can be open in session again, hopefully very soon. And this is a good step forward in advancing women's rights as well as ensuring a safe and protected environment for women. We could see as well the government has also undertaken several economic empowerment programs for vulnerable women, especially those in the B40, single mothers, widows, and indigenous groups. Among the programs implemented involves startup of business through development of women entrepreneurs programs and capacity building for small and medium enterprises, as well as entrepreneurs assistance programs specifically for indigenous women. Frontliners are one of the groups severely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, and many frontliners face difficulties in securing childcare services when they must go on duty during the pandemic, and the budget allocation for establishing taskas and childcare centers at the workplace was reinforced in the 2020 budget. And the budget of 10 million in 2019 for this purpose was increased to 30 million in 2020. And this ministry targeted the establishment of 150 taska and childcare for those involved in the medical, uniformed, and also education sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to learn from other countries in managing commitments to international conventions. And this is clearly mentioned earlier by our speaker, Ms. Bandana Rana just now, and national development goals as well. At the same time, we also aligning to local values. We learn from Australia, which furthered its commitment by enacting the Workplace Gender Equality Act, which aims at improving and promoting equality for both women and men in the workplace and encourages equal opportunities for all at the workplace. Sweden the current top rank in the Sustainable Development Report, and one of the world's most gender egalitarian countries, has a firm belief that men and women should share power and influence equally. The country's Discrimination Act 2017 contains policies that ensure power and resources are distributed fairly between the sexes and create conditions for women and men with the same power and opportunities. In Costa Rica, the government has reduced all interest rates for credit to cooperatives and business projects that target the population's priority sectors, including youth, women, older adults, indigenous, Afro-descendants, peasant, migrant, and also disabled people. During this pandemic, women were falsely imprisoned with their abusers, which increased the number of violence in the private sphere. In Canada, the government's COVID-19 response package includes $50 million to support shelters for women facing sexual and other forms of gender-based violence. In the Netherlands, midwife teams have equipped hotels close amid the pandemic to provide maternity care. In Argentina, pharmacies have been declared safe spaces for victims of abuse to report. And similarly, in France, grocery stores are housing pop-up services, and 20,000 hotel rooms have been made available to women needing shelter from abusive situations. The government has guaranteed continued access to virtual gender-based services in Colombia, including legal advice, psychological advice, police and justice services, including hearings. Some of the recommendations that we could offer here, based on the study commissioned by the United Nations Population Fund and also UNICEF, it was found that while the government's approach to curbing the socio-economic impact of the pandemic on the population was commendable, it needed to be continued in order to be effective. An action significant in the midst of this pandemic is to ensure that women and girls have access to COVID-19 public health messages as well. Government should accelerate efforts to disseminate this information more widely, especially through various print media channels and community leaders and accessible formats to address communication challenges faced by vulnerable groups, such as disabled persons, and those in rural areas without access to the internet and without tech devices and also digital literacy. In terms of economy, 55% of the 500 heads of households in Malaysia interviewed found the Bantuan Prihatin Nasional to be the most useful assistance they had received during the MCO. However, some revealed that they could not access the assistance due to the issues such as illiteracy, logistics, difficult procedures, and disqualification on various grounds. And these households are less able to cope with the pandemic because of low savings, limited access to employment-based social protection, and family members in need of care such as the elderly or persons with disabilities or chronic illnesses. It is suggested that government of Malaysia's social protection system needs to be re-evaluated to prevent the pandemic from aggravating the effects of pre-existing poverty, inequality, and social exclusion. SUHAKAM recommends the measures to address the issue of gender disparity in general, and SUHAKAM calls the government to immediately introduce an adequate legal, social, and cultural framework for equality in Malaysia. While government aid and assistance must be tailored to meet the citizens' needs in general, there are some aspects of government policies that must be tailored to be more gender sensitive, especially when these policies are concerned with women and girls. It is also recommended that temporary shelters increase the number and capacity to meet survivors' needs. Human rights protection, court, and legal services should be categorized as essential services for future emergencies and MCO. It is also recommended to expand shelters for victims of violence and specifically design safe spaces for women where they can report abuse without alerting perpetrators. And in dealing with gender-based violence, stepping up advocacy and awareness campaigns, including targeting men at home, are also important. With political will, it is hoped that it will empower women to achieve gender equality in line with the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women and the Sustainable Development Goals, and to ensure equal future for women in a COVID-19 world. And lastly, I want to stress that
we're almost out of time.
Yes, half minute. Increased political will and commitment needed from the government of Malaysia to further advance women's economic empowerment, prevent gender-based violence, ensuring access for sexual and reproductive health, providing social protection for women and also for the girls. With that, I thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a very interesting presentation, providing light on some of the issues within Malaysia, things that need to be done in relation to the political commitment. Thank you again. Our third speaker is Dr. Yasmin Mahmood, that she will bring a conversation from the private sector into the discussion in this session. We have Dr. Yasmin, who will much sought after global thought leader in digital economy, transformation, consultancy and implementation throughout the ASEAN region. Throughout her illustrious career, spanning 3 decades, in fact, Dr. Yasmin had served both the public and private sector, including top leadership position in Microsoft Malaysia, Hewlett Packard, Dell Asia Pacific, and Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation. Presently, Dr. Yasmin served in non-executive roles, including as chairman of Post Malaysia, the National Postal and Carrier Company, and advisor to SkyMind, a global leader in deep technology, the artificial intelligence. She is also currently the chair of Heriot-Watt University Malaysia Board of Directors. In 2018, Dr. Yasmin was recognized as one of the world's top 100 most influential people in digital government by a political and independent UK-based global network for government, which focuses on helping public servants find solutions to issues. Complementing the discussion on international obligation and the local commitment needed from Malaysian government, we look forward also to hear the perspective of Dr. Yasmin from, of course, a private sector perspective, the important role of women leaders, and challenges that you may have faced as a female leader in Malaysia, yourself, and insights on lessons of Malaysia within these contexts. The floor is yours, Dr.
Thank you so much, Mr. Asifi, esteemed co-panelists and ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to share my perspectives. As a woman and climbing up the corporate ladder over the last 30 years, or borrowing a phrase from Ms. Sumitra, the previous speaker, it feels like more like slogging through the rungs of the ladder in stilettos with a child in tow. And this has been my journey over the last 30 years. Now, in the beginning, if I may share my own personal experience, in the first 10 years, it was an absolute nightmare. I was just entering into a an industry which is very much male dominated. And all the things that we are speaking about right now, like facing prejudice, biases, things about sexist remarks from the superiors, about sexual harassment from the powers, from people in power, you name it. I've been through all of it. But what is different then, unlike now, is that all those behaviors were accepted at that point of time. So, you know, you suffer in silence. And you find a way to figure it out on your own. So it is through just sheer grit a lot of times. It is sometimes, you know, putting on a very thick skin and a very plastered smile to go through those tough scenarios. And of course, many trips to the toilet to actually cry it out. And if you even begin to speak about it, you know, to voice it out, then it was a case of, oh, you're not being sporting. So, you know, now even as we go through the journey right now, and at times it's still frustrating because it feels that we are making too slow of a pace towards change, I remind myself of those days and, you know, remind myself that we have indeed come a long way. So, but things change. In the first 10 years, and I've been in the industry for 30 years, that's, you know, around the circa of 2008 and the issues. And that conference and that business imperative were brought about by a pure business challenge. You know, it was about the challenge around retaining women talent, because a lot more women are dropping off as they go higher. And also, if I recall, you know, there was also the case of a woman icon within the Microsoft leadership community. She went up, you know, through the corporate ladder, and she became one of the top C-1, and she was championing this right. And eventually it was embedded into an HR policy. So that made a change. So if we fast forward 10 to 15 years later to present day, so I think it is quite unanimous in all of the previous speakers to say that we have made progress. We are making, you know, we are in the right direction, but at too slow a pace. And sometimes it feels like we are making 2 steps forward, and then suddenly you face a whole big giant leap backwards. And then I think the previous speakers had you know, shared some of the numbers. I just want to add on to what they have stated, and it's the fact that the labor workforce participation of women, which is at 55.6% as opposed to men at 80.8%, and in Asia, we are the only continent in Asia that this number is regressing. So that is a big red flag. But of all the numbers that we need to keep an eye on, I would say that 2 numbers have to be really scrutinized, because this is where, you know, to make change happen, it has to start at the pinnacle of leadership. And there are 2 pinnacles of leadership that we need to, that will definitely make a difference. Number 1, as stated by Dr. Nick Salida earlier, is about women in parliament, women in cabinet, and it really is it concerns me that we only have 14.86% of MPs in Malaysia versus countries like Sweden at 46%. And when you reach that kind of level, that's where the inflection point happens. And therefore, you see those kind of changes happening in those countries. Now, the other number that I feel we need to really look at, as also touched about in the previous speaker, is about the pinnacle of leadership in the private sector, which is really about the women on boards. You know, if you look at the numbers, there is a 24 point, we have inched up from 2018 from 23.6 to 24.8. So somewhat we have not met the 30% target that was set earlier. And if you drill down that number even further, in the top 100 companies with Bursa, there is some good news, because there's the companies with more than 30% of women on board. So these numbers I got from the 30% club is at 36% of the top 100 companies on these listed companies with more than 30% women on boards is currently at 36%. But overall numbers is at 17%. So if you look at total, that is why we have not seen the overall numbers. We do see some bright spots. For instance, in some of the top companies on the stock exchange in Malaysia, We have companies like Hong Leong Financial Group, which is at 57%. Bursa is setting the right example by having 55% of its of women on its board. And Petronas, another iconic Malaysian corporate, is at 50%. However, we still have companies with 0%, zero women participation on its board. We have 4 out of the top 100 companies, and 27% of all companies on the stock exchange has 0 women on its board. So I think it's, as I said earlier, we are we are making progress. You are making progress, but it somewhat is mind-boggling to me that a target that we had set earlier, and it was given so much support from across the board, has not even been met, and we still have 4 companies out of that do not have any women representation, and 27, close to a third of companies, of listed companies, without any women representation on its board. So if we were to move to what I would think the 3 areas I think will make a difference in pivoting, and what we need now is a big pivot, a big inflection point. So in the private sector, I think 3 things I may want to propose, I want to put forward. The first one is about having leaders who truly champion and believe that diversity and gender inclusion is a business. I mean, we have enough proof points. McKinsey says that gender diverse companies outperform their peers by 21%. We have proof points to say that 10 to 20% higher returns for PE and VC firms with diverse investment teams. And I personally truly believe in it with all of my heart because of my own personal experience. And I always say that I champion diversity, not because I'm a woman. I champion it because I am a leader. And if you look at the current world where we are in right now, where, this is where my world is, in the area of innovation and digital disruption, we are living in a world where the goalpost is moving all the time, where the horizon is changing. We don't only talk about headwind, we talk about side winds, we talk about turbulence, because it is a world of disruption. And what is needed more so is this whole richness of thinking that only diversity can bring. It is about the dangers of group thinking. So I think this is where the first thing that has to happen is this complete belief and commitment that diversity is a business imperative and not something that you have to do because somebody says it or because it's a nice thing to do. You have to do it to survive in business. So I think that's the first thing that has to be fully embedded, stake on the ground. And the work that the 30% Club is doing, I think is amazing. I am supporting it because it shows, it builds champions. And if you put your stake on the ground to say, I want to achieve this, then the policies will follow. Which brings me to the next recommendation or the next component, which I think needs to happen, which is that it has to be followed. The stake on the ground has to be followed with consistent policies that has to be embedded in every aspect of the organization. Now, I, as a woman leader, have done it across all my life, and it was done intuitively. I make mistakes along the way. I use the carrot and stick approach. But I think what's important right now is to make it more structural, make it more formal. And I like what the UNWEP has done, this Women Empowerment Principles, which is a vehicle for action. So you sign up on a 30% Club and you sign up on the WEP to execute. And the WEP has got 7 guiding principles of framework to guide to become more gender responsive throughout its whole operations and value chain. It talks about leadership practices. It talks about workplace measures. It talks about even marketplace initiatives to support women workers and entrepreneurs in the whole supply chain, including looking at more gender sensitive advertisements, which I still now cringe looking at some of the advertisements that you see. If I want to touch a little bit about the workplace measures, we have spoken so much from the previous speakers also about this need to address the issue of unpaid care work, the care for children, and and we are seeing it in the private sector. We are seeing the drop off, the drop off from of women due to this care for children, and what's becoming more and more prevalent is the care for the elderly. because in Asia and in Malaysia, the unfortunately the social stigma or the social expectation is still that the responsibility of care is still on the women, and therefore women spends more than double. This is quoting from the Khazanah report that I think Sumitra mentioned. Women spend more than double the unpaid work than men, 60.2%, and 60.2% of women cited this need to care and the lack of support for it to be the main reason why they don't participate in the workforce. Now, this is something that is very complex. We all know that. But I've always propagated and advocated that the private sector ourselves can actually make steps towards it. And if you have the critical mass, like most big corporate companies, you have the critical mass for it, you are able to justify the
Time
cost.
is up, sorry.
Yes, so I will stop there. That's the end of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your rich and really insightful presentation. I'm sure everyone in the audience enjoyed and learned from your inputs and arguments on the issues of gender equality and women's place in our world today. So we are now moving to the last sort of activity of the session, which is the question and answer. And I'm sure our audience have already started jotting down questions to ask from our panelists. So let's move on to that question and answer session. Is our moderator here to, yes, we're waiting for you.
Okay, we have a very interesting question on YouTube, and I think we should address that first. So the question is, how do we ensure that Malaysian workplaces, both public and the private sector, and that a safe workplace, and ensure that merit is unbiased, that there is equitable representation for women? Followed by, will the passing of the SH bill provide the basis for the above? SH referring to the Sexual Reproductive Health Bill. Sexual Harassment Health Bill, sorry. Would any of our panelists be able to take the questions? Lisa, who you would like to assign the question?
Can I take the floor?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think I can answer to a particular question as such, or take a question or answer in full, but making use of the time, I would like to, make some recommendations for Malaysia that it should make efforts to comply fully with CEDAW and the CRC principles, which will be so helpful to guide Malaysia in its response program post-COVID to make an equal world. These are very, very essential, resourceful materials and guidance notes that are there to support governments, to help governments. So I think that is one which is very, very important. And then, of course, it's very important to collaborate with NGOs, civil society, because they are the ones who have great experience in running shelters, working directly with survivors of violence, addressing the concerns of survivors of domestic violence. Collaborating with UN agencies is also important, and systematically reach out to vulnerable, disadvantaged, and marginalized women and children from further victimization. Provide recovery and reintegration services where their rights are violated, and provide access to basic health, education, employment services, including vocational and life skills. And another suggestion I want to make again as a CEDAW member to Malaysia is to review the concerns and share experiences of Muslim countries where there are no reservations for CEDAW. This, I think, would be very important and would contribute a lot to creating a gender equal world and addressing the unprecedented and disproportionate impact that is perpetuated by COVID-19. So this is my bit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Rana, for this two recommendation. Any other questions?
There is also a question on the Zoom chat by Ms. Lok Yim Peng. So she asks, on human trafficking in person mostly involve women. So what work that has been done by the related organizations?
Mr. Najib,
Yes.
I'm not sure which organization or related organization is referring to. We do not have any government representative here in this session. Yeah, but maybe it's good if I could share the SUHAKAM's commitment during the COVID-19 pandemic, especially started from March when we have the MCO. So what SUHAKAM has been doing is to work closely with NGOs related to women. We do have roundtable discussion with NGO. We have also actively participated in webinar as participants and also panelists, participate in public forum organized by few ministries to address SUHAKAM's recommendations based on our roundtable discussion that we have did earlier. And also SUHAKAM addressed women's issues in meeting with the Prime Minister and other ministers during the CMO and also until now, yeah, during this pandemic session. For us, all human rights issues are women issues. Yeah, we can't really put a demarcation, even the thin line between which one is human rights issue and which one is women's rights issue, because both are interrelated. And I do agree with Ms. Bandana Rana just now, domestication of international instruments into the local context is must be the priority of the government, because from there we can understand the benchmark, the guideline, how to make women as a subject, not an object in the legal personality. And if we discover that the law itself is gendered, and how to make it neutral in language, yeah, and not to say that we have to prioritize substantive equality rather than only formal equality. And for the legal instruments to also govern women in a private sphere is significant, rather than only govern women in the public sphere. Not to say that patriarchal lifestyle society is not important. Therefore, eliminating stereotyping or gender stereotype is times now, and developing adequate framework is not only having gender sexuality bill or gender equality bill, but also holistic framework on how to eliminate discrimination against women in economic, in social, and also legal context. And to empower women's self-determination is also timely. Yeah, because we do understand that, for instance, I have read today's news in Malacca alone, for instance, 130 women applied for dissolution of marriage every month during the pandemic. So we want really to understand the reason behind it. Is it because of gender-based violence in the domestic sphere is increasing? Yeah, but it shows a good sign where women now is trying to speak for their behalf. Thank you.
Thank you. Still, of course, the issues of women trafficking, which in our sub-region is a major issue that needs to be sort of addressed as well, perhaps in studies. But the fight against women trafficking in the region is going on. It is strong, but so far, I must say, still there is a very long way to go. We don't have very strong examples to show. Perhaps it's more skill development, more education and empowerment of women could contribute towards reducing trafficking in women and girls. do we have more questions from the...
Yes, we actually have quite a number of questions coming
Okay.
in. So we have friends from the press. So this is a question on what are the steps that the government needs to take to increase female representation in Parliament and the Cabinet.
Can I add my bit?
Okay.
Yeah, I think, again, I go back to the CEDAW framework. CEDAW Article 4 says temporary special measures. And I think it is very important for governments to increase women's leadership or women's participation in the Parliament, in the Cabinet, to adopt temporary special measures and to enforce its implementation. By temporary special measures, we mean special positive discrimination, special provisions to ensure, because for years, women have had historical discrimination. So women cannot compete with men at this stage. So for a certain time, there has to be a reservation, a quota, as we call special affirmative actions, to ensure women's participation in decision-making in Parliament. And I think when you talk about Parliament, electoral laws and policies needs to be looked into to ensure that they are inclusive, they are representative. To give a case of Nepal, Nepal had electoral policies which was inclusive, and during the Constituent Assembly election and the 2017 elections, because of the electoral policies that were adopted, there is now 33% women's participation in the Parliament and 40% women's participation at the local level. So I think at this stage, when the gap is very huge, you do need to adopt temporary special measures in the form of reservations and quota, which is strictly applied to increase women's participation.
Thank you, Ms.
Very much.
Perhaps if I can add a point, it has to be political will, and political will comes from the power of the people. And I think what is needed is that people just don't accept it as it is as such, as status quo, and just keep on fighting, just keep on reminding. Just, I think yesterday there was this article in one of our major news media that said that talks about, that was conducting a poll. Who out of these about 20 young politicians would be your preferred next of what was the next successor of leadership? And there was not even one. So I started this on Twitter, on all my social media platforms. I started this thing called Not Even One. Really? Not even one face of a woman there. And I think that's what you got to do. I know when I do this, it'll be a drop in the ocean, but you still have to do it. And hopefully, like the Me Too movement, those were also drops in the ocean across a number of years. It was something which was mind-boggling. How could sexual harassment be accepted? But it was accepted over the years until it wasn't. And that was an inflection point in the Me Too movement. So I think in some of the fights that we are going through right now, it could be, I sometimes am fatigued about having to call out panels with only men. But you just keep on having to do it. Same thing with this. Just keep on you must have enough people who still have the fight and the guts and the grit in them to be able to do it. And as long as we have them more and hopefully having more of them coming up and making honest people out of the people that can make the difference.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dato' Yasmin. So I think we'll take on just 2 more questions,
okay.
And then we will have to call it a day. So the first question is addressed to Dr. Nik Salida by Nur Christina. She asked, how much do you think Malaysia regards women's issues as something that is culturally acceptable, seeing as political religious groups exist in Malaysia that advocate for patriarchy? And the next question maybe is for Dato' Yasmin. So how can we translate unpaid care to actual economic contribution? What role can the government and the private sector play in this? Dr. Nik Salida, over to you for the first question.
Thank you very much. The question of patriarchal lifestyle and the priority of masculine system, gender-based legal provisions and whatnot. which tailored our system and also procedures, for instance, into male perspective and male lens, because it was where the system was drafted. And since women have been historically disadvantaged, yeah, we do have a formal system in our policies and legal instruments, which is didn't consider the women context, if I could say so. So there was research completed in 1940s in Malaysia among this community, concluded by the researcher that, I'm sorry if this is wrong, but Malay community is a patriarchal community, which leads into how the system is built and how the law is drafted and how law is translated. So in that sense, it is not only the duty of the government to change or to relook into the necessity of having the framework, the equality framework, and also to correct the patriarchal lifestyle culturally in this country, but also it comes into economic, it comes into social, religious context and perspective as well. So yeah, I agree with Madam Shanti Dairiam in one of her comments in the chat column that equality framework is significant rather than we have any specific legislation to empower women or to ensure elimination of all forms of discrimination against women. Yeah, and we need also holistic commitment of all ministries, of all MPs, not to say that women only to talk about women issues, but we need also men to talk on women's behalf so that men has to understand, even though we do not want to put men as a benchmark to talk about women's equality or to empower women, men is not a benchmark. We can go more than that. However, who want to speak on that point? Yeah, we women in Malaysia, I think we have no choice but to understand more about gender and sexuality perspective. We have to talk more and then we have to voice out more. Thank you.
So I'll take this next. May I? Yeah. So it's about care, the care of, I mean, the care of family and elderly. So from the private sector perspective, as I mentioned, it has to be a business. It has to make business sense. So it's a matter of taking the impact, the financial impact of losing the workforce and the productivity impact of it compared with the cost that you put in. And this that you have to put to maintain, to set up and maintain a crash or a daycare system in the on the office premise. So this would be, I mean, the numbers would really work if there is a critical mass. You know, if you have a head office operation, and you know, with the kind of population, and then you have the critical mass to be able to make a decent CBA or cost benefit analysis work. But this can only address a part of it, like was mentioned by Professor Adiba, I believe, earlier. There is also the, you know, the fact that women cannot all lug around 3 of their kids at the ages of 5 to 7 to the office right in the city center at 7 a.m. in the morning. So, you know, so that has to be more community driven, and that cannot be done by the corporates. So could it be undertaken? Obviously, it has to be undertaken by the government and the community, but is there a role for NGOs perhaps or non-profit organizations to actually take it on? So these are the questions that I think we need to address, because if we don't address this, the leakage is going to be so pronounced, it's going to be causing such havoc in the workplace and to the economic impact of the country. And you know, I mean, so it is a case of we know that bringing women to the workforce, and maintaining women in the workforce and going up the ladder it requires a lot of assistance. And a lot of times people are saying that, oh, why don't women want to jump onto the bandwagon? Why don't women want to get onto the table? But I really like what Tan Sri Jamila said just now, which is, don't just expect women to get onto the table, but we have to bring the table to the women. And to bring the table to the woman, the most important thing I think is about addressing and making a sustained, a pivotal impact to the topic of, or to the issue of care.
Okay. Thank you, Dato' Yasmin. So I think we have a long list of questions, and I really would like to apologize to our audience because due to the constraint of time, we are unable to address all of them. But nonetheless, we take note of the questions asked. And now I would like to hand over to Mr. Asifi to maybe provide a summary of what was discussed in this panel today.
Thank you very much, but don't call it summary, because to summarize this rich presentation is a daunting task. And I tell you, perhaps it won't be possible to do justice to even a fraction of the issues discussed during this presentation. What I like to do is to pick just one point from each discussion. It may not be the top point, but something that stands out in my mind. And look into it a little more. It was very interesting presentation by Ms. Rana. Talked about CEDAW and then came specifically on the ratification of CEDAW by Malaysia with reservations. And on that one, she went a bit deeper and even pointed to certain articles that needs to be addressed. And one recommendation came out of that, I thought it was very important, is that the Sharia law should be in compliance with CEDAW. Now, that definitely is very important, but let's face it, it is a huge task. I mean, it is something that requires enormous amount of work, efforts, and so on. But it doesn't mean because the task is so big that we should forget about it. I would like to repeat the recommendation you made, that perhaps we need to look at how the Muslim countries, or few Muslim countries who have ratified the CEDAW without reservation, how they did it, and how they dealt with the challenges that they faced back home, perhaps, and what strategies did they use. And so I think that experience sharing from other countries is crucial. It's very important. We cannot make recommendation just because it sounds good, but looking at the experiences of countries and how they did it, perhaps is important. But let's also not forget that all the people who are working in this area of gender equality and empowerment of women, I really think they have, more than anything else, they have a duty to undertake evidence-based advocacy and policy dialogue, engaging the decision makers at the same time with the Sharia thinkers, involve them in discussion. And in fact, we want them to find a way. If they understand CEDAW, perhaps they will show us a way how do we work and how they can make sure that Sharia law is in compliance with CEDAW. Now, this is, as I said, it's a large task, but still, I think we need to address it and do it with the help of hundreds and probably thousands of women who are keen to work in this area. Our second presenter, Dr. Nick, talked about political commitment, and she shared with us a lot of statistics and number in regard to women's participation at a high level of decision making in various countries, and talk specifically about our sub-region. Some countries have done a little better, yes, but some countries have not. It's a mixed picture. So her conclusion was really why some countries do it or some countries don't. It all comes down to really a political will. Now, political will doesn't emerge by itself. It emerged by good, strong advocacy, dialogue sessions and political discussion to bring about that political will. And I agree with you that although we've been talking on this particular issue for years in every country, but the progress has been very slow, unfortunately, perhaps really more robust, evidence-based advocacy efforts and dialogues would be the way. But nevertheless, I think there are some degree of progress that we can see and talk about it. But we have a long way to go, and our work is not done. We've just begun to discuss about it openly. We were not able to do so in the past, perhaps. So that discussion needs to continue with more vigor, with more interest, with stronger evidence and data showing that inequality that exists in spite of various countries' advancement and other areas of development and so on. So that work needs to be continued. Dr. Yasmin brought another perspective, and that was, of course, from the private sector side, and talked about her personal experience, that in the beginning, how difficult it was to be a woman leader in a men's world. But then she made us a bit happy by giving us the good news that she began to see some shift since 2008 or 2010, that more women decision makers started stepping in, not only decision makers, but people with technical skills and knowledge in management and other fields. But then she saw also that the organization tried to retain the talent, the woman talents. And that's a good sign that they recognize something important, that there is really no difference between men and women when it comes to talent and making a difference in the organization itself. So that progress is good, and we felt happy. And then she made us a bit sad again by telling us that this has been extremely slow. And it is not something that we should make ourselves happy that's been done. The job is not done. There has been some progress, and we have to acknowledge that. But the job is not done. And it's a long way ahead of us. So basically, in these three perspectives that was presented by our eminent presenters, we see the amount of work and challenges that lie ahead of us in this field. So let's learn from the lessons we've learned from different sectors and different areas, but let's sort of energize ourselves and empower ourselves and our colleagues that the job is not done, and we have to move in that way with more interest, with more passion, perhaps with more energy. If we are convinced that's not enough, we have to convince others. And that's the way to go, I believe. Okay, I don't know, big discussion, long discussion, but I really wish to thank our presenter once again for their excellent presentation. And I'm sure you have inspired a lot of people who've been listening to you. And thank you for participating. Thank you for sharing with passion. I think our discussions will continue. Back to you, our moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Asifi, and our panelists for such a rich discussion. So right before we end, let us now hear from Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Othman Hashim, the chairman of SUHAKAM, who will be delivering a message of appreciation.
Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Syamuddin Hussein, Minister of Foreign Affairs Malaysia, Mr. Stefan Prisner, the United Nations Resident Coordinator for Malaysia, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to express my appreciations to our co-organizers, the team from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the United Nations country team, as well as our moderators, speakers, and participants, and of course, SUHAKAM officers in realizing this virtual forum that was both enlightening and thought-provoking. I resonate with a powerful quote by Helen Keller. Alone, we can do little. Together, we can do so much. Having said that, it is very heartening to see a high level of participations and engagement by a wide range of stakeholders at this forum, which includes government agencies, diplomatic corps, members from the business community, civil society, scholars, and professional experts in Malaysia. The theme for this year's International Women's Rights Day is Women in Leadership, Achieving an Equal Future in a COVID-19 World. Similar to the objectives of this forum, it aims to celebrate the tremendous efforts by women and girls around the globe in shaping a more equal future and recovery from this unprecedented pandemic, while recognizing their plight in striving for social, economic, and political equality. This forum has provided a platform for open discourse to identify opportunities and possible solutions as a way forward in empowering and supporting women and girls in attaining a more equal future and recovery from the pandemic. It is imperative to acknowledge that women make impactful decisions by bringing different perspectives, skills, and experiences to the table. This has been widely recognized more than ever before as evidence where women leaders, including the heads of government in New Zealand, Ethiopia, and Germany, have been commended for their brilliant leaderships and in their national policy responses and strategies in dealing and curbing the spread of COVID-19 within their respective countries. It is important to note, however, we have a long journey ahead as only 20 heads of state and government are women as of today. In the context of COVID-19, UN Women has revealed that despite women making up the majority of frontliners, there is unfortunately a lack of women representation in COVID-related policy space. In the Malaysian context, the 2020 World Economic Forum's Global Gender Gap report had revealed that Malaysia's global ranking had dropped 2 years consecutively. Malaysia was ranked 63rd in 2018 and 73rd in 2019, and further down at 104th place out of 153 countries in 2020. Among the other sub-indices, namely economic participations and opportunity, education attainment and health and survival, political empowerment among women has once again scored the lowest. In order to uphold women's rights and fully leverage the potential of women leadership, the perspectives of women and girls from all diversities must be factored and considered appropriately in the formulation of Malaysian laws and policies at all levels. The primary reason which calls for adequate representation of women in Parliament. By doing so, we'll better address women's needs and issues such as gender discrimination and crimes against women and children, among others. When Malaysia was hit by the pandemic, vulnerable groups were disproportionately affected. This includes women and girls. They endured a variety of issues and harmful practices, such as domestic violence, unplanned pregnancies, unassisted home birth, especially among migrant women, child marriages, and sexual crimes committed against children. Acknowledging that there is still much to be done in Malaysia, women's rights have been among the rights of vulnerable groups addressed by SUHAKAM since its inception. This is done through education, research, and complaints functions, as well as in regional and international level engagements. During the COVID-19 pandemic, SUHAKAM had, among others, submitted a policy brief to the government, conducted online consultations, and produced promotional materials concerning women's rights and gender equality. The Commission is working closely with the Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development in developing the Sexual Harassment Bill, which notably will be completed in March and expected to be tabled in the next Parliament sessions. Today, not only have we been reminded of the pre-existing challenges and hardships faced by women, this forum has brought to light the new barriers that have emerged with the COVID-19 pandemic. Having said that, we commend the efforts and good work done by the United Nations in promoting and protecting the rights of women and girls on a global scale long before as well as during the pandemic. Civil society organizations and the Malaysian government for its initiatives to cushion the impact of COVID-19 on women and girls at a national level. It is imperative to bear in mind the information shared and opportunities explored during this forum so as to ensure it is reflected in every agenda. In enabling women to fully realize their potentials will be improving and empowering society as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tan Sri Othman. To close the forum today, we have our squash greatest of all time, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Nicole David, who will be giving the closing remarks.
Hi everyone. Thank you so much for having me here today in this International Women's Day celebration. I'm truly honored to be closing the day. Today, I want to talk about opportunities and how I strongly believe that equal opportunities are fundamental for the development of our youth, and most especially women in Malaysia. As you all have discussed in this forum, women face strong hardships before COVID-19. And now with an ongoing COVID-19, this has certainly proved to be more challenging in our efforts for women equality. I want to start by sharing about myself and the opportunities I got that changed my life. You see, I'm a firm believer that opportunities are the primary thing we all need to change our realities. The opportunity I had was squash. I started playing squash out of luck, you may say. My father was a civil engineer and a close friend of him was in charge of the construction of the first public squash center in Penang. My dad was a former athlete and he loved sports. So when his friend suggested that he take his three daughters to try out squash, he didn't think twice about it. So the day came that we could all go to the squash courts after school. So my sisters, Leanne and Cheryl, and myself headed to the squash. I was very excited to go to the courts because I love running around. So any excuse was good for me. But when I got there, I couldn't take the classes because I was too small. So Miss E, the coach, told me that I could play and run around the courts because my sisters would be the ones taking the lessons. I remember sitting in the bench outside the courts and I was mesmerized. I was hypnotized by the game and I didn't want to be running outside the court. I wanted to be in the court. So that day after class, I went back home and I ran up to my dad and said, "Daddy, I want to play squash." My dad told me, "You can't right now because you're too small and you can't even lift the racket. Well, next year you can start your classes when you're a little bit taller." I understood what my dad said, but I was just not going to accept it. So I went back to him and said, "No, Daddy, I want to play squash and I want to play now." My poor dad saw my determined eyes and couldn't refuse. So he went to his closet and took out an old wooden racket he had because I was too small and decided to cut the handle and to make it shorter so I could finally have my own mini racket. That was the most precious gift I was given. Next day, I could have my first class with Miss E, and no one on the face of the earth could take me out of that court anymore. The story after that is one of hard work and a lot of dedication. Countless hours on court, working on my areas of improvement, being strongly disciplined and consistent to reach what I did. I would surely not be here telling you this story if I hadn't had opportunities around me. It was, let's say, the marriage of chance meeting opportunities. The squash courts in Penang and my dad allowing us to play sport. From then onwards, the story develops because I understood that I needed to take every opportunity I had to move forward to reach my objectives. I believe the story should be the same for all women and girls in Malaysia. We should focus on our efforts in guaranteeing education for girls, education for them to know their rights, education for them to discover and seek their passions, and most importantly, in a safeguarded manner. Safety for our girls and women to be able to access education, health, and guidance in their issues and development phases as women. Opportunities are key for growth, but so is encouragement. We need to encourage our girls to aim high, to see possibilities instead of disadvantages. This will give them the same rights they rightfully deserve for their future. Thank you so much for having me here today, and I hope we can continue to build a stronger future for our girls and women in Malaysia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Datuk Nicole, for telling us your story and of opportunities. So ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of today's forum. I hope you have gained some wonderful insights from today's discussion. So thank you everyone for spending your time here with us today. Stay safe and we will see you next year.